Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Scorse. I'm the director of the Center for the Blue Economy here at the Middlebury Institute in Monterey. I hope everybody is doing great. We're really excited for this packed sessions here today on the Ocean Climate Action Summit. We were sorry our DC meeting got canceled. We were supposed to be in the second day of that, but we think this will be a great substitute. So I want to start here with a little overview of the agenda, and then we'll get into a little of the history of this OCAP process. And then I'll pass it off to my colleague, David Helvard, Executive Director of Blue Frontier, who's the partner in this effort. So first, in terms of the agenda here, David will make some introductory remarks, and then we're going to hear from some of our outstanding congressional leaders. We have Senator Merkley from Oregon. We have Congresswoman Haaland of New Mexico. That will be followed by Congressman Cunningham of South Carolina. And then we're going to be followed by Indigenous youth activist Franceska De Oro from Guam. And so that's going to kind of set the stage for today. And then we're going to get into the four key sessions on the issue topics. You have all of this in your agenda, but I'm just going to kind of go over the start times of these. So at 9:50, we'll start with session number 1 on coastal adaptation and financing. Then at 10:55, we'll have session 2 on sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, and marine biodiversity. At 12 noon sharp, and these are all Pacific Standard Time. So again, 3 hours difference for you all on the East Coast. We'll have offshore renewable energy. And then at 1:05, we'll have session 4, shipping, ports, and the maritime sector. And then finally at 2, we'll end up with some final remarks and a kind of little quick summary of the day. I also want to note that in between each of these sessions, we'll have a 10-minute break, and we'll post a countdown timer there so you all can take your food and bathroom breaks and know when we're going to get restarted. We realize that a 5-hour webinar is probably something that most of you will not watch, from beginning to end. No worries, you can come in and out as you please, and we're going to record the entire thing so that it'll be available to everybody soon after we're done. Couple quick things here on the Q&A discussion part. So when we get into the sessions, which are about an hour each, about half of that after the keynotes and the moderators make some introductory remarks, we'll have a Q&A discussion on each of those sessions. We're going to ask that you use the Q&A function at the bottom on the toolbar, not the chat function. So the chat function, we will not be viewing for questions, only the Q&A function. We'll make that reminder to you later on, but just to take note of that. So now I want to move on to the overview of OCAP, so the Ocean Climate Action Plan. David and I started this work a little over a year ago after the Green New Deal came out, the framework came out in Congress, and we noticed that it was really focused on terrestrial sources of greenhouse gases and also kind of climate impacts on the land side. And we realized at that point that if this was going to move forward, the ocean community really needed to get its priorities straight and really build a national coalition to put forth a unified voice for ocean conservation and ocean policy. So that's what we have begun. This is a joint effort. We see ourselves as kind of conveners trying to gather and put together a national coalition for the ocean community. For this OCAP process, we have 2 key objectives. The first is to use ocean and coastal resources to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So that's clearly the mitigation side of the equation. And then the second is to help coastal and ocean communities adapt to climate impacts and become more resilient to climate change. And so that's the adaptation component. So it's a mitigation and adaptation pieces. We believe that the development of a true blue economy in the United States that promotes innovation, restoration, and sustainability is absolutely key for American prosperity in the 21st century and key for the U.S. to meet its climate targets. So we want to thank you again for joining us on this journey. And now I'd like to pass the mic on to my colleague, David Helvard, Executive Director of Blue Frontier.
Okay, thank you, Jason. I think I'd briefly like to talk about the larger context of why we feel that an ocean climate action plan is crucial at this time. A week ago today, we had the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, And I remember being there at the first Earth Day. There were a lot of signs that said, Mother Nature, bats last. At the time, we didn't think there'd be actual bats involved. But 50 years later, the COVID-19 pandemic is really the darkest example we have to date of disasters foretold but not prepared for. The destruction of unique habitats, the logging of rainforests, the consumption of displaced wildlife, including bats and chimps and civet cats. This has led to most of our recent viral outbreaks, to HIV/AIDS and Ebola, and now COVID-19. And it just confirms the scientific consensus that human prosperity and livelihoods are fully dependent on a healthy environment, 71% of which is salt water. So yesterday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres had a piece in the New York Times titled "To Save the Sick and Rescue the Planet," and which acknowledged even the more fundamental issues of climate change and the extinction crisis we're going through today. He said, as we spend trillions to recover from COVID-19, we must deliver new jobs and businesses through a clean, green transition. And we just amend that to say in a blue tidal change. Today we're seeing the Great Barrier Reef dying. We're seeing the Gulf of Mexico's overheating again, meaning we're going to have a more active than normal hurricane season this June through November. I've been reaching out to FEMA and the Coast Guard just to see what plans they're making for what happens if we have a hurricane season that makes landfall in a coronavirus hotspot. Clearly, we're in a situation we need ocean climate action. Climate's altering not just our shorelines and our fisheries and storm intensity, but the actual physical nature of our global ocean, its circulation, its temperature, its chemistry, its color. We know what the solutions are. We need the political will to enact them. And I think what we're trying to do here, it's very hard. This was, as Jason said, going to be a 3-day conference where we'd have a lot of face-to-face opportunity. It's harder to do this virtually, but we have advantages. We have many stakeholders who are engaged, and we'll be discussing many of the solutions that are possible. I think that, as I said, years ago, I was at the first Earth Summit in Rio in 1992, and one night, 30,000 people marched. International environmental activists, poured people out of the favelas. They were led by a banner carried by Buddhist monks with cell phones. The banner read, when the people lead, the leaders will follow. And I think we're building that constituency. But luckily, we're also some great leaders and ocean champions right now in Congress. And I'm seeing if we have Senator Merkley on yet. I'm not getting that indication, but let me tell you about some of the leaders. Senator Merkley is a leader on economic and social justice issues and the environment. He sits on he's also introduced the Stop Arctic Ocean Drilling Act, which he sponsored last year in 2019. He sits on the Environment and Public Works Committee, and maybe even better for future ocean climate legislation, the Appropriations and the Budget Committee. He's also on Foreign Relations, which is great since our public seas are obviously part of a greater global ocean. Not sure I'd like to introduce Senator Merkley now, if he's there. And
we're just a couple minutes early before his start time. So,
okay, so Jason, anything else? Let me say we've got Senator Merkley, who's coming in a few minutes. Jason and I are kind of motor mouths, so we talk faster than our timing permits. We'll also have Congresswoman Deb Haaland with us.
And David,
yes.
Maybe I could take a moment just to mention that, just to give people an update on kind of current legislation, because, a lot of these issues are not new or unique that we're talking about. There is right now some movement in the House on an ocean climate bill that we haven't gotten the details about yet, but we know is actually moving through committee. And once that comes out, we're going to be very, very active in providing feedback on that, and especially the views of the people who are attending this summit and the people who've been working on our, on our efforts for the last year. The key point here is there still isn't a bill in the Senate, so that's going to be needed. We're going to be needing to work at the Senate level, and then also at the state levels. We're going to be working very hard within California, Florida, and other big coastal states. But I think now we see the senators here. So David, I'll let you introduce them.
Yes, as I say, ocean climate bill possible in the House Resources Committee. I know Congressman Jared Huffman has been doing a listening session with fishermen around the country on climate impacts to reform Magnuson-Stevens Fishing Act. And Senator, since you didn't hear your introduction before, let me just say you're a champion on social and environmental justice as well as the environment. I mentioned your Stop Arctic Ocean Drilling Act last year, and that we're thrilled not only that you're on Environment and Public Works, but from a future ocean climate bill perspective, in terms of our legislation, we love that you're on Appropriations and Budget Committee. And as I said, foreign relations, that just means our public seas are part of a global ocean. And we've had champions before, like Secretary of State John Kerry, who is probably the best ocean secretary since Alexander Hamilton. But as we're saying, constituency is great, but we need leaders, and we appreciate your leadership. So thank you for joining us this morning.
You're welcome. And David, should I just go ahead and jump in then?
Go for it.
Okay, great. Well, it's such a pleasure to join the Blue Frontier Campaign Ocean Climate webinar. And thank you for inviting me to share a few thoughts. I was a small tyke growing up here in Oregon. When I remember my first trip to the ocean, which was both the memory of the very cold Oregon offshore water, even in the heat of summer, combined with the rolling sand dunes and just finding them an incredible playground to somersault down them until I got sand in my eye. And it turned out to be one of my more painful childhood experiences, but the love of the coast has just been part of my entire span of existence and my favorite place to go. Now we're seeing the oceans and the coast afflicted by climate, by overfishing, by plastics, by chemical runoff. And so what a huge set of challenges that is. This tragedy of the commons that we have to respond to and work to lead America on a path of addressing these challenges and lead the world on that path. The numbers that many of you will be familiar with are that 90% of the heat from climate chaos, from global warming, are absorbed by the ocean, and a good share of 30% of the carbon, which becomes carbonic acid that creates the acidity in the ocean. And it's having really powerful impacts. Off the Oregon coast, the most dramatic impact has been one on our oyster beds, which we now have to artificially neutralize the seawater from the ocean in order for baby oysters to survive, because it's harder to start forming a shell in the more acidic water. If that isn't a canary in the coal mine, I don't know what is. And then starting a few years ago, we have had a really horrific challenge with the warmer, more acidic water facilitating a virus in the sea stars. And so the sea stars have been wiped out. And that little piece of impact then has worked itself through the chain, the sea animal chain, in that the sea stars eat the blue sea urchins. And the blue sea urchins have exploded in population, and they eat the base of the bull kelp. And they don't eat the whole kelp, just the base of it. So the bull kelp floats off. And in short order, you have these kelp forests being replaced, what referred to now as urchin barrens. And the kelp then serve as an ecosystem for all kinds of species. So the full impacts of this are yet to be deeply understood, but it's being studied off the coast. And it's certainly extraordinarily troubling. there's one particular spot on the coast that I love to go to. You have to canoe across a river to get to this coastline. So there were some very undisturbed tidal pools that would always be covered with starfish, and now they're not. And it's just like, when you actually see it, you go, wow. So there we are with we can measure the challenge in other ways. The threatened extinction of 40% of our amphibians, 33% of our reef corals, a third of our marine mammals. It's not a pretty picture, which is why this type of work that you all are engaged in is so important. It was Kennedy who spoke poetically about our connection to the ocean. He said in 1962 at a luncheon, he said, "It's an interesting biological fact that all of us have in our veins the exact same percentage of salt in our blood that exists in the ocean. We're tied to the ocean. And when we go back to the sea, whether it is to sail or to watch it, we're going back to from whence we came." And of course, we are tied to the ocean in so many ways in modern civilization, through our fact that our communities are largely built around waterways, source fishing and tourism, all kinds of connections. And so this leads me to the point that we don't just need a Green New Deal. I'm an advocate of the Green New Deal, the 4 principles of that Green New Deal being that we have a massive climate chaos challenge. Second, that we have to respond with an incredibly robust and urgent set of strategies, that we can create millions of jobs in that effort, and that those jobs can be distributed in places that really need them, like former fossil fuel communities and frontier communities, rural communities, urban frontline communities. So that's a really important thing to ponder and push on. But in terms of the context of our oceans, we also need a Blue New Deal focused on the preservation and sustainability of our oceans and coastal marine systems. And what would that kind of Blue New Deal look like? Well, it's investments in natural barriers and coastal habitats, in living shorelines, and salt marshes and seagrasses and dunes and oyster reefs and coral reefs. It's guidelines for offshore renewable energy, wind energy, wave energy, tidal energy. Here in Oregon, we have what are considered to be some of the best potential waves for wave energy. And we have a wave energy test bed. We have discussions about offshore wind and how we can make that completely compatible with our fishing industry, which is a very important conversation to have. We need to work in partnership with our existing communities, not in something that creates a war and sets us back in our efforts. So a close dialogue is part of how we go forward in this. We have to think about greening our ports and our coastal communities. Our coastal adjacent communities are 44% of our GDP. How do we electrify our coastal communities? How do we address air quality for ships that are arriving? By the way, I was able to get a provision related to that included in the Environment and Public Works Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act. And of course, we have these issues of more powerful storms. We have sunny day flooding, saltwater contamination of freshwater reserves, and the list goes on. So just to wrap up, going back to those childhood experiences I've carried all through my life of going over to the coast, the beauty of it, the power of it, you look out and you go, look at this incredibly vast body of water. Surely humankind couldn't possibly change its basic chemistry. Surely it's so vast that any action we take would have no impact on it. And unfortunately, of course, the opposite is true. The fact that we have burned so many fossil fuels and created so much carbon dioxide and had so much become carbonic acid that we've changed the acidity of the ocean by 30%. The fact that we're putting a ton of plastics into the ocean every 4 seconds as humankind. The list goes on. We can and are despoiling this treasure, and we have to do everything we can to fight back. So thank you. Thank you to the Blue Frontier Campaign. And let's bring all the best ideas forward. Let's craft legislation. We need an outside force and an inside force to make anything happen in Congress. And so let's forge that together and help save our oceans and our world. Thank you. And by the way, I wanted to mention I have, for Earth Day, I had my Make Earth Cool Again Green New Deal hat, if you can see it there. But since now we're talking Blue New Deal, I've got my blue version, Make Earth Cool Again, including the oceans. And on that note, I'll just wrap up and say thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Wow, thank you, Senator, and cool hat. Your expression of that sort of love of the cold water Oregon, it reminded me of a quote of Isaac Dinesen, said the cure for anything is salt water, sweat, tears, or the sea. I'd like to introduce Congressman Deb Haaland next of New Mexico. She's the daughter of 2 military veterans, a law school grad, a businesswoman, a single mom. She's vice chair of Natural Resources Committee in the House and proof of the saying that every state is a coastal state. In fact, the Inland Ocean Coalition is part of the effort around the Ocean Climate Action Plan. Representative Haaland's also one of the first 2 American Indian women elected to Congress in 2018, which seems about a century too late, but still we're honored to hear from you today, Representative Haaland.
Thank you so much. Thank you, David and Jason, for having me here today. And thank you all for your interest in the intersection between our oceans and the climate. Senator Merkley, I love your hats. I love your remarks. I'm so grateful for your leadership. And I am here to support everything you're doing to make sure that we can move our country forward. For the green and the blue New Deals, I'm in all the way. And I'm from New Mexico. It's a high desert, not the first place that comes to mind when you're talking about oceans, but I'll have to say that centuries and centuries, millennia ago, New Mexico was a shallow marine environment. And if you go to certain parts of our state, you can still find clamshell fossils and really cool, ocean remembrances of the ocean here in our high desert. So the ocean is part of our entire country, everywhere you look, and we all are impacted by it. When I think about how much plastic, like you said, Senator, that we're putting into the oceans every day. I mean, I pick trash up everywhere I go because I know it could blow into the Rio Grande River right here in Albuquerque and land in the ocean. So we all need to care about the oceans no matter where we live. And of course, I care deeply about the impact of our changing climate and what it's having on the planet, and realize that our oceans are an important part of that. My dad was a 30-year career Marine. Thank you for mentioning that, David. And because of his career, I grew up near oceans all of my childhood. He was stationed all over Southern California at various military bases. We were stationed in Virginia at Little Creek and Norfolk. And so I spent my childhood on the beach. And in fact, once when I was about 8 years old, my sister and I, we were on rafts and floated out into the Chesapeake Bay. For whatever reason, I never got scared. I was just sitting on my raft and enjoying the solace of the open sea until a Marine lifeguard swam out and rescued both of us. So the oceans were part of me, and that's why I care about them so deeply today. But of course, all our oceans and our sea life are experiencing the impacts of climate change through coral reef bleaching, higher water temperatures that drive species to new habitats, creating conflicts between species and changing the lives of the people and animals that depend on the oceans. Higher water temperatures also affect the weather that we get in New Mexico, and we depend on goods that travel across the ocean. So when it comes to climate impacts, every state is a coastal state. That's why I've included elements of the Ocean Climate Action Plan into several of my own bills to address climate change. My Climate Stewardship Act, which I introduced with Senator Cory Booker, focuses on natural climate solutions like reforestation, restoring healthy soils, and protecting and restoring coastal wetlands. These ecosystems are powerful blue carbon sinks that sequester up to 5 times more carbon by area than terrestrial forests. And that's why our bill seeks to restore or protect over 2 million acres of coastal wetlands by 2030. Also reduce coastal flooding from sea level rise. My 30 by 30 resolution to save nature, which I introduced with my fellow New Mexican Senator Tom Udall, sets a goal of preserving 30% of the oceans and land in the United States by 2030 to align with similar goals globally. As noted in the Ocean Climate Action Plan, protecting marine areas ensures food security, preserves biodiversity, and protects coasts and blue carbon ecosystems in the face of climate change and ocean acidification. Finally, the 100% Clean Economy Act, which I introduced with Representative Don McEachin, sets a national goal of achieving 100% clean energy economy by 2050. This means that replacing carbon polluting energy with wind, solar, and other clean resources of energy across all sectors of our economy, from transportation to manufacturing to electricity. This includes ocean-based industries such as shipping, fishing, and aquaculture, offshore energy development, tourism, and the international community. By having national emissions reduction goals and supporting the transition to new technologies, it will be easier for communities to adjust, and we can make sure the most vulnerable are not left behind. It might seem to some people that the coronavirus pandemic has pushed the climate crisis out of the spotlight, but I think it has actually shown us a path forward. The unprecedented steps the world has taken to slow the spread of the virus have dramatically reduced the number of cars on the road, flights in the air, and factories that are running. While these actions have put a strain on the economy, they've also shown us how much human activity impacts our environment. Atmospheric nitrogen dioxide levels have dropped dramatically. Once hazy skylines are now crystal clear, and wildlife are reclaiming their habitats. If there's one thing we've learned from this pandemic, it's that we have the potential to improve the environment by changing our behavior at the individual level through government policies and spending. This must be a turning point, and we must listen to our planet and act now. So far, Congress has just been passing legislation to keep our economy afloat, but as soon as our country is able to take the steps toward returning closer to normal, we're going to need to provide a stimulus to help the economy recover. One of my big priorities is to make that a green recovery. I'm working with my friend Debbie Dingell and others to direct billions of dollars in funding into wetlands restoration and to improving farming practices so that harmful chemicals don't find their way into our oceans. I'm also trying to make sure that recovery efforts supports clean, green energy. And in the House Natural Resources Committee, of which I'm vice chair, we're hoping to return soon so we can get to work on some ocean and climate legislation that we already have in the works. As you're all probably aware, the Trump administration has not been an ally on any of these things. Constant fighting. That's why it's so important to work from the ground up on this. People like all of you understand how important this is, but powerful special interests have the ear of some of our leaders. My colleagues and I need to hear about climate change and the impact it's having on the oceans and how it's impacting your lives and the lives of everyone around the world. We need to hear how staying the course isn't working and hear how much support there is out there for changing direction. Because of some of my colleagues only hear from the special interests like that of the status quo. This is a pivotal point in history when we have a chance to go big and make dramatic changes, but we need the voices of the people to back that because it's going to be a fight. But we only have one Earth. We need to take care of it while we still can. And I am here in the fight right alongside you. and ready for battle anytime. Thank you.
Wow, and thank you, Congresswoman. I get the feeling that you're probably the best ocean thing to happen in New Mexico in 25 million years.
Well, we try. You know, when I think about our oceans and how many Native American communities got their sustenance from the ocean, you know, when I think about the Ohlone people of the San Francisco Bay Area, it's oceans were meant to sustain people. And they have for centuries. And now, you know, we have to think about our past and make sure that it informs our future. So appreciate everything you're doing. And I'm here to do whatever I can do.
Thank you.
And I see my wonderful colleague, Joe Cunningham, who is one of the strongest allies for our oceans that I've had the pleasure of serving with. So I'm happy he's here.
Yes, I'm here in Richmond, California. We're working with the Ohlone Land Trust to reclaim public lands that Point Melati, beautiful public lands, headlands on San Francisco Bay that they're trying to turn into, sell off to a Southern California developer to gentrify. And so all the, you know, what we also said 50 years ago is think globally, act locally. Unfortunately, now we have to think, act locally, regionally, globally simultaneously, because those are the challenges. I know that at the last election where you were elected, I also emailed 6 colleagues in South Carolina that night that Joe Cunningham was elected, and 3 responded with variations on the word miracle. And it's not that he's a lawyer, ocean engineer, or even a recent survivor of COVID-19, but he's that rarest of Palmetto State species, a Democratic congressman. And I've visited his district. I think I know why. It's because protection of our coast and oceans is a nonpartisan, common sense issue. And in 2018, he was elected in part to protect one of the most beautiful stretches of coastal salt marsh and wild ocean I've ever been privileged to visit. So thank you for joining us, Representative Cunningham.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. I wish we could all be together in person, but I want to thank the Center for the Blue Economy and the Blue Frontier for gathering us together here virtually for a cause that, as you mentioned, is near and dear to my heart. You know, as we manage our way through this incredibly challenging and difficult time, I hope that everyone on here, I hope that you and your families are safe and well. And in each of our communities, many have lost their jobs due to the coronavirus or experiencing financial hardship. Some of us are worried about sick loved ones, and tragically, you know, some of us have already lost family members or friends due to this virus. I know that these losses weigh heavily on all of our hearts. My priority is making sure we're taking the steps to ensure that families and seniors are safe, and that small businesses and workers get the help that they need to provide for their families during this uncertain time. Many of us have been cooped up inside for over a month now and appreciate the outdoors now more than ever. I've spent a lot of time over the last few weeks just reflecting on kind of what sort of future I want for my son, Boone. I want him to be safe and healthy, number one, but also want him to grow up in a world where he feels hope for the future. And for those of you who may not know, I represent South Carolina's Low Country, one of the, I say this objectively, the most beautiful district in the entire country, and the most beautiful place in the entire world. But we're also ground zero for climate change. And we know better than anyone else that just how important it is to build coastal resiliency, because we're at the forefront of flooding and sea level rise. Our economy here in the Low Country is driven by our tourism, recreation, and the fishing industries, and it's supported by our vibrant natural resources. So since coming to Congress last year, much of my work has been driven by a desire to protect these natural resources and protect our community from this scourge of rising sea levels. And I also take a lot of inspiration from the activism that I've seen in my community, especially among younger people. It's grassroots, organizations like the James Island Ocean Activists, a group of elementary school children from James Island who have made it their mission to protect our oceans from plastics pollution. And last year, they successfully lobbied the Charleston and the James Island City Councils to ban single-use plastics. These are children doing this. And I've also had the opportunity to work closely with Queen Quet of the Gullah Geechee people, who advocates deeply and personally about the importance of resilient coastlines that are her people's unique way of life. The Gullah people have been in the Low Country for generations, living and working in harmony with the land and ocean. But now, that way of life, thanks to climate change, overdevelopment, and ocean pollution, that way of life is under attack. Recent reports have indicated that we are running out of time to address our climate crisis, and that we have a lot of work to do. For so many years, those who've been in power have not taken the climate crisis serious enough. And I'm blessed to sit on the House Natural Resources Committee. And last year, we held the first committee hearings on climate change in 8 years. Think about that. But things are changing. And one of the reasons I came to Congress was to be a leader in the fight to protect, restore, and sustain our ocean now for our communities, our children, our grandchildren, our future generations. And I'm proud to be a member of a new wave of leaders on both sides of the aisle who are tackling this head on. Last year, we passed a bipartisan legislation to permanently ban offshore drilling off the Atlantic and the Pacific coast out of the House. And I was also able to bring a very diverse coalition of my colleagues together to support this legislation. Not only that legislation, but to support other legislation to help fishermen manage the impacts of climate change and support sustainable fishing. And I want to be clear that this isn't just a low country problem. It isn't even a problem that's just impacting coastal communities. The ocean is the lifeblood of our planet. It covers 3/4 of the globe, produces more than half our oxygen, and supports a wide range of marine fisheries that feed the planet, and absorbs about 30% of the carbon dioxide that we emit and 90% of the heat caused by those emissions. So in short, the ocean plays a critical role in our lives and livelihoods, and it's just as critical that we do everything we can to protect it. I want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much for having me here today. Thank you for joining me in this fight to create ocean climate legislation at the federal level. And, looking forward, I believe that societies are judged not just by what we create, but also by what we protect. And so I'm proud to be in this fight with you all and leaving behind a legacy of environmental conservation and protecting the things that we cherish so dear. So thank you all again so much for having me.
And thank you, Congressman Cunningham. It's great work you're doing, and many, many others to restore the blue in our red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
From our beginnings a year ago, we've our effort to forge the Ocean Climate Action Plan. We've included a youth advisory council. As a congressman was saying, youth are leading our ongoing input. There's a new generation of energy and commitment in the fight to save our blue world. It goes back to the Dakota pipeline fight, indigenous-led fight in 2016, and the student climate strike of 2019. And youth are playing an ongoing role. Our following speaker representing heirs to our oceans is Franceska De Oro from Guam, or Guam, an indigenous Chamorro and Micronesian youth activist for the environment, also a native rights activist and yoga teacher. She's accomplished all this by starting early as a 15-year-old high school activist fighting militarization and environmental degradation of her home island. So I'm sorry you have to be up at 2 a.m. your time, but I'm glad you can join us, Franceska.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I'm very honored to be allowed to speak, especially after all the esteemed people that went before me. I am very grateful for this opportunity to express the activism that I've been a part of for a number of years now and be the voice for the youth in this kind of work. So I'm from Guam, and we are in the Western Pacific. We're the southernmost of the Mariana Islands chain. And I'm Indigenous Chamorro. We're the people that first settled the Marianas 4,000 years ago. I'm a daughter of the Pacific, and I was born and raised in my islands right next to the beach. So I grew up walking across the street and swimming in the ocean every day. And through that experience, I've seen firsthand the effect that climate change has had on our reefs. And these are not popular reefs or anything, but the effect that ocean acidification and global warming has had on just the small reef that I grew up across the street from was alarming to me. And then to hear about the militarization and the plans that the Department of Defense had for our islands, which included dredging our reefs, included sonar testing, and the bombing and use of another one of our islands, set me on a course to learn more about environmental protection, about Native rights, and I'm very glad to be here today to talk about that. So I come from a 4,000-year-old seafaring people whose connection to the ocean, sky, stars, winds, and animals brought us to our lands and allowed us to thrive in them until today. I bring with me the wisdom of our ancestors and the lessons we can offer to our fellow brothers and sisters on this Sackman or seafaring vessel we call Earth. Welcome to this new voyage. We are entering a new frontier, navigating through waters no other humans have ever seen before. We're all in the same boat together. This boat holds our very existence as a species, as people. We are all part of this crew for a reason. In traditional Micronesian seafaring, the boat is our mother, the navigator our father. The father holds the wisdom passed down about the weather, the stars, the currents, and the paths we take to reach our destination. Indigenous people hold this sacred wisdom, data collected through generations, and a deep understanding of our natural world. Without us, this Sackman, the seafaring vessel, is lost. The canoe is our mother. She is nature and the earth herself. And she's also holding all the human technology we've created and the tools we've decided to bring along for the journey. We are all the crew, tasked with the responsibility of tending to every need, bailing our water, adjusting sails, making food, providing care, but taking care of one another is of utmost importance. The most precious cargo on our ship are women and children. The future rests entirely with us and our ability to survive and navigate on our own one day. In a just world, we would only have to have the task of soaking in that knowledge and discovering who we are. However, we have seen our futures cut short. We've been ignored and our safety disregarded. We've been seen as expendable, our right to clean air, water, and land thrown out in the name of profit, all for the comfort and benefit of a select few aboard our only shared sacred home. Climate change is the biggest storm this ship will ever see. The heat rising from consumerism, greed, individualism, imperialism, militarization, and corruption created the storm. These are the winds that threaten to snap our sails, the waves that are already crashing on communities like mine. And low-lying islands, indigenous people on the front lines who feel the effects first are actually feeling a leak in mankind's canoe. If we sink and nothing changes, so will all of you. We must learn that the least among us, the most vulnerable, cannot be ignored. We must take swift action to address the problems that created climate change in the first place and keep humanity moving forward. When a storm hits a voyaging canoe, in our Micronesian tradition, the crew doesn't ignore it, and they don't even hunker down. They take the boat apart. They assess what is necessary and useful, and they tie it to the hull. Then each person ties themselves to the canoe and jumps into the ocean. They surrender to the elements, they let nature run her course, and they put their trust into the ancient wisdom and the boat itself. We cannot fight against the storm coming, nor can we navigate out of it completely. In fact, it's already here. This is the moment before we take the plunge into the unknown ocean of possibilities, the moment where we must remember our purpose on this journey, the moment where we must remember what we owe one another, especially those who hold the wisdom to guide us forward, and the children who will take our place in the future. This is when we need to take an honest look about what is causing leaks and what is bailing water. When we turn off all our screens and go back to our families, I hope we remember that we are not truly isolated in our homes. I hope you remember that ripples made along one shore travel across oceans to meet people like me here. We are in this together. No one of us has all the answers, and we can all contribute to the problem in a myriad of ways. Just like in any ecosystem, no one species is more important than another, and the delicate balance between all of us ensures the health and survival of the whole. Remember that we are future ancestors and act for your descendants. We are one crew in a sea of possibilities. We have the wisdom, knowledge, and endless capability to survive this. Islanders know that we are nature, and to trust it is to trust yourself. We are connected to this planet, to this canoe, and we are connected to one another. It is our shared responsibility to move us forward into a more just and equitable world. Thank you for the work you do in shouldering this burden, and I hope the gravity of it is not lost or overwhelming for you. May you be safe and guided in your journeys, and may the winds be in our favor. Sanamasi, thank you for allowing me time to speak for the youth and Indigenous voices so often left out of spaces like this. Please continue to hold space for and work alongside the Indigenous people of the lands you live on, as well as the youth everywhere from whom we are borrowing this vessel Earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Franceska, and thank you for reminding us, as so many youth do, of the urgency of now, that we're at that critical moment. You also reminded me of a recent interview I did for our Rising Tide Ocean podcast with Nainoa Thompson of the Polynesian Voyaging Society, who says that he and you are really from the largest nation, which is Oceania, which is the Pacific that covers 1/3 of our planet, and reminds us that that the ocean is the crucible of life, and that, as you were saying, we have to adapt. We the changes are real and they're now. And I think that's a good segue to thank all of our speakers and hand it over to you, Jason, to talk about coastal adaptation and financing to learn to live with the changes we've wrought as we correct them.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Franceska. Much appreciated. That was beautiful. And thank you, David, for the handoff. And miraculously here, with coordinating with people all over the world, literally in, I think, 7 different time zones or whatever, we are exactly on schedule. Kind of amazing. So let's pat ourselves on the back for that. And I think everybody hopefully is as pumped up as I am hearing from our really amazing congressional leaders and our youth activists. And gives us a lot of hope that we can achieve what we're set out to do here. So now we're going to get into the first of our 4 sessions on topic areas. And the first one here is on coastal adaptation and financing. So this, of the 4 areas that we're tackling in the Ocean Climate Action Plan, this is probably the most complex in the sense that it's all the coastlines of the United States, thousands of miles of coastline, plus U.S. territories, such as Guam, Puerto Rico. So, lots of island states as well. And we're looking at both kind of building living shorelines, a whole new infrastructure for living shorelines, but also all types of insurance reform, national flood insurance reform. So a lot of really complex issues. So clearly we're not going to get a chance to address all of it in this 1-hour session. But again, I do refer you to the Ocean Climate Action Plan draft number 2 to see some more of the details. And I want to go over kind of a couple of the key objectives of this section of the plan. I think that the most important one first is to catalyze a new industry in coastal restoration. So we really see this as critical, a new living shorelines restoration kind of core industry across the United States that could really employ many, many thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of workers across all education levels, right? So this is going to be everybody from, laborers up to PhD ecologists figuring out the unique needs of different ecosystems around the country. And again, there's been a lot of talk in this day and age about kind of working class people losing jobs, whether it's to automation or overseas. And I could think of nothing better for kind of people who want to work with their hands and work as laborers to work in coastal restoration. I mean, what an amazing job that would be out on the shorelines of our nation, restoring wetlands and dunes and ecosystems. And so I think this could be just an incredible new industry. So that's the first primary goal of our plan, is to catalyze the scalability of that industry. The second main goal is to really reform the insurance programs, the National Flood Insurance Program, which is both financially unsustainable currently and also not particularly equitable. And it is definitely not promoting climate resilient development. So we have a lot of reform proposals in the plan to tackle that. And then I think the last key points here in terms of objectives are, we really want to make sure that low income, vulnerable, tribal coastal communities, as well as U.S. territories such as Guam, are provided with economic support to retreat from unstable coastlines and to transition to climate resilient development. So these are the real key aspects of this coastal adaptation and financing piece of the OCAP. And we have some great speakers here today. So just the format right now is we're going to have 2 keynote speakers back to back, 10 minutes each. Then I'm going to introduce the moderator, who's going to give some of her own kind of reactions to the 2 keynotes, as well as maybe ask some follow-up questions. And then we will begin the moderated Q&A. And again, we're not going to be using the chat function, but we're only going to be using the Q&A function. So if you want, as the talk begins and questions come up, you can start entering them in the Q&A bar, but again, not the chat bar. So I'd like to introduce my first speaker now, is Elizabeth Wheaton. She is the Director of Environment and Sustainability for the City of Miami Beach. And Miami Beach in Florida, as many of you know, is a lot of, on the front lines of coastal adaptation work. So we thought she would be just an outstanding speaker to kind of show us what it's like on the front lines doing innovative work in the coastal adaptation space. So Elizabeth, welcome, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Everyone else who made this possible. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Elizabeth Wheaton. I'm the Environment and Sustainability Director with the City of Miami Beach. I've been with the city for over 12 years now. So I've watched as the city has acknowledged climate change and begun the processes to adapt and mitigate the impacts. I do have a PowerPoint today that I'm going to share. So let me get that up on the screen for everyone to see it. All right, there we go. Let me just switch to, hold on, 2 seconds. All right, there we go. All right, so let me just figure out how to switch to the next slide. Okay, it doesn't look like it's going to let me switch to the next slide, so I have to keep it in this view, but that shouldn't be a problem. All right, so today during the presentation, I'm going to talk about a little history of Miami Beach, talk about how we are adapting to sea level rise, and then really dive into nature-based infrastructure and how we begin to think about adaptation, not just from an engineering perspective, but how do we begin to build back nature into our urban environment. I saw that there's people from all over the world on today's webinar, which is really exciting. So I wanted to put in context just where Miami Beach is when we're thinking of Florida. So we're at the southeast end of the state, and we are a small barrier island that is about 7 square miles off the coast of Miami. And we do truly provide the first line of defense when it relates to storm surge and not only protecting our city, but the mainland. So as we're thinking about Miami Beach and the challenges that we have, the 3 top things that come to mind are our porous geology. The photo on the right-hand side is the porous limestone that is the base to our city. So when we're thinking about the movement of water, it's not just the sea coming up from the east and the bay from the west, but we have water coming up from underneath of us. We also have very old utility infrastructure. So our stormwater system is aging, as well as our sewer system. And the fact that water's coming up, we have a high groundwater table. So it's pushing even more that water up into the city. The LIDAR map to the left shows the areas of the city that are most vulnerable. So those areas in green and blue are the lowest parts of the city, where the red and the yellow are the highest parts, which would be the beach and the dune system. So as we're thinking about sea level rise, an important component is having accurate data and information. The Southeast Florida Climate Change Compact has developed a set of sea level rise projections using the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the IPCC models. On this graph, you can see the sea level rise projections and then how we're thinking about designing infrastructure as it relates to the life of that asset. So for example, a road has a minimum elevation of 3.7 because that asset is only going to last us 20 years before we have to rebuild it. But the minimum standards for seawalls and buildings are going to be higher because those assets last longer. So during the presentation, I'm going to go through Sunset Harbor, but I wanted to give some context of where that is. And if you look at this map, and I'm going to make it larger so I'll take up the full screen. The areas in red are created land, and the areas in green, so all of this area used to be mangrove forest. Our city is now fully developed, so those areas are now filled with land and have buildings on top. Here's some pictures of what the city looked like if you were to rewind 150 years. This is what our beachfront would have looked like with palmetto, and this is what the western side of the mangrove forests would have looked like. And those were cut down in order to originally develop our city. So Sunset Harbor is along the western side of the city, and the area in white right here is where we're going to be, what I'm going to be showing you. The area in white here is actually one of those islands as it's being created. So this neighborhood was developed on mangrove swamp and filled in sections of the bay. It formerly used to be just an industrial area of the city, but in the last 10 to 15 years, it began to be redeveloped. We saw cafes, residential communities coming in. Something else that started coming in was sunny day flooding. You can see the photograph to the left. We have water in the streets, and that's not water after a rain event. That's water coming up from the stormwater system. So in 2013, the city used this project to be the first project to adapt to sea level rise. So we actually built the project up and raised the streets, raised the sidewalks, and upgraded the underground infrastructure to account for these rising seas. So this same corner that you saw right here in the first picture, this is a photograph from inside the sidewalk. And as you can see, you have the lower sidewalk, and that's so that it will harmonize with the existing property, and then the higher street. Eventually, those sidewalks and properties will raise. And as we're thinking about this, we're incrementally raising our city. I like this photo because you can see if we had not done this project, how many more times that neighborhood would have continued to flood based on high tides as well as hurricanes. So in 2017, we would have seen, it's actually 13 tides over the old roads. That's 7 days, 13 times that it would have flooded. So, a big component that this group is looking at and interested in is water quality, and how, as we're upgrading infrastructure, do we think about water quality? So as we're developing our pump stations and upgrading our stormwater system, we're also adding water quality devices and water quality treatment so that the water that is being discharged to the bay is treated. As we move forward with our program, we're also looking at additional water quality and how we can additionally treat it. So each time that we do a neighborhood, we're refining our process so that we can continue to keep our city dry without a negative impact to the environment. So one piece of it, of our adaptation strategy, is public infrastructure. Another piece is private adaptation. So we've updated our land development regulations so that as the city's raising and adapting our city, private infrastructure is raising as well. This had, I'm sorry I can't show you, but it had fly-ins. So in the 1960s, probably our first recognized natural infrastructure project was underway, and that's our beach. So the picture to the left, you can see the groins, a very narrow beach. And then in 1975, we came in with a beach renourishment project. As you'll see, the original project did not include a dune system. So in the 1980s, the county came back and we built in a vegetated dune buffer. I love this photograph because you can see how much the city has grown since the 1960s as a result of the beach renourishment and our dune system. A key component of our dune system is that it naturally captures sand without us having to do anything. Certain segments of the dune have already increased double in width and triple the height. So that is natural protection for when we have a storm. I like this project, the Beach Walk project, which is a coastal pathway, because of the co-benefits that it provides. So not only is it providing an alternative transportation network, as we construct these projects, we're actually coming in and enhancing the dune system as well. So as we're thinking about adaptation as a city, we want to also look at how we can develop co-benefits that mitigate the impacts of climate change. So improving public transportation, alternative transportation, as well as the natural environment. We've also looked at how we can reduce the amount of gray infrastructure. So looking at projects and how we can build in living shorelines. So this is a project that's currently in construction, the Brittany Bay Living Shoreline. And what we've done here is we've actually, the picture to the left before shows what it looked like, and to the right, where we've pulled the seawall back into the park so that we've created now this whole area that we're going to be restoring with natural wetland. And that's a way that we are providing the street, that upland protection with the seawall, but still building in that natural environment. And here's a rendering of what that eventually is going to look like once complete. We're also thinking about the environment that we have. So as we're developing these projects, how do we protect the manatees, the corals, and the seagrasses? I'm going to quickly just click through these. This is another shoreline project where we're actually looking to build out into the bay. And the reason this is possible here is because we do not have benthic resources. We're also looking at old golf courses and those types of areas where we can bring in water from the neighborhood to treat it. If you want to learn more, we have an interactive web-based tour on our MB Rising Above app. We have information on our web portal, MB Rising Above. And I know I'm at 10 minutes, so I can continue talking about parametric insurance or just turn it back over to you. Let me know.
I think a couple more minutes would be fine, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Okay, great. I know that this topic, one piece of it was adaptation and natural infrastructure. Another piece is that finance. And so I wanted to highlight our Miami Beach Convention Center, which was recently completed. It was a $623 million construction project and serves as an economic engine, not only for Miami Beach, but for the entire county. So while at the end of the project, while it was in that period of, and it still is, where it's switching service, we've put it under parametric insurance. And for those of you who don't know what parametric insurance is, a payment is paid out once a triggering event happens. So for us, it's hurricanes. It is called a cat and circle. Let's see if I can. So this circle right here represents 10 miles. And if a category 3, 4, or 5 storm comes within this area, it triggers the insurance and it triggers payout. So for the building is insured for $1 million. If we have a storm within that area, A category 3, we get 25% of $20 million. A category 4, we get 60% of $20 million, and a category 5, we'd receive the entire amount of $20 million. So for us, this was, it was worth the $1 million, because if we were to have a major event, not only would, that be covered, it would be covered without the same level, like we would just get that money and be able to begin to reinvest it back into the community without the hoops and hurdles that many other forms of insurance have. And so, yes, that is the end of my presentation, and I look forward to the dialogue and the Q&A at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Much appreciated. Looks like a beautiful city you have there. I look forward to visiting one day. And so we'll move on here to our second keynote speaker. Our second speaker is Frank Nutter. He is the president of the Reinsurance Industry of America. And Frank's going to tell us about his thoughts on kind of insurance reform in this climate constrained world. So Frank, let's get you on here. All right, Frank, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Jason, thank you very much. And frankly, I want to commend Elizabeth to start for the leadership that she and the public and private leaders of Miami Beach have shown. It's really remarkable, and what a prototype for so many other communities. The reinsurance is essentially the insurance of insurance companies, and insurance companies lay off risk, as do individuals in buying insurance. So it's often these major events, hurricanes, earthquakes, tornadoes, are the insured risk gets passed on to the reinsurance sector. The insurance sector is very focused on the built environment. And of course, climate change is one of the biggest threats to the property and infrastructure associated with the built environment. And it's not quite clear to any of us what the consequences of sea level rise may have about coastal and riverine property. Particularly, and Miami Beach is a good example of the mega cities that have developed along our coastal areas. I commend the Ocean Climate Action Plan for talking about living shorelines as being that intersection between the oceans and people. Insurance companies need insurable communities. And yet the concern is with climate change in particular, that what climate change is going to lead to is more intense and frequent severe weather events. And as Swiss Reinsurance has pointed out, that some of these weather events may be so unique or so intense that communities become uninsurable, if you will, because of the concentration of exposures. So again, to commend Elizabeth and Miami Beach for taking steps to protect property and people. The insurance sector is really science-based. It's the actuarial sciences blended with the natural sciences as it relates to climate and weather events. And whether it's a public program like the National Flood Insurance Program or a private program like private insurance, it's really where insurance provides that intersection of weather, climate risk, and pricing. And the pricing becomes a signal to people about the risk that they are taking with respect to where they live and how their communities have protected them or how they protected them themselves. I really commend your organizations for focusing on this report, particularly this year in advance of the next congressional session. Even in this congressional session, there have been 200 bills, as outlined in the report, mentioning climate. The Green New Deal was clearly a high-profile public relations one, and yet, as you've pointed out, it really did not focus on the oceans as it should have, and that certainly should be corrected. And there's a lot of talk about infrastructure proposals in the Congress. There's a huge opportunity there with infrastructure proposals to incorporate climate risk and weather risk in what the infrastructure initiatives are. I'm going to list a few things that I think would be, in addition to some of the proposals made in the OCAP report, that might be considered as public policy initiatives, particularly by the Congress. But I would start with the compliment the Congress and the administration in a couple of areas. The first is that 2 years ago, the Congress passed the Disaster Resource and Recovery Act, which allocates 6% of all disaster assistance that's paid. 6% gets allocated toward pre-disaster mitigation. And FEMA is currently in the process of seeking proposals from communities through their states for funding these kinds of events. That's a remarkable change in the way that our country has seen disasters instead of just entirely a post-event disaster program. I'm not sure 6% is enough, but it's a remarkable change in philosophy. The second is, notwithstanding, as Jason pointed out, some of the issues in the National Flood Insurance Program, they've done a couple of things right, or they're in the process of doing a couple of things right. The first is they released data, 70 million records of the National Flood Insurance Program that allow both public sector persons like Elizabeth or private sector interests that are looking at flood risk to evaluate the actual experience of the National Flood Insurance Program. And it's far more granular than they've ever done. Our organization is in fact creating a flood insurance analytical tool using all of that data. The second thing that they did that they're in the process of doing is they call risk rating 2.0, but it's intended to create a flood evaluation for every property in the country. If the Congress lets them finish it and release it, it would again send that signal to people, communities, individuals, and public officials about what the flood risk is. So let me take just a couple of minutes and list some things that I think should be part of initiatives going forward, if you will, by the Congress or perhaps by the states. In no particular order, but let me list these. The first would be tax credits to individuals for mitigation activities. Currently, people who spend the money to elevate their homes, add shutters, the kinds of things that people might do for their individual properties, tax credits associated with that would be a good idea and a good incentive. The second would be to use disaster assistance at the federal level as incentives for state and local communities to do risk assessment as well as mitigation activities. In other words, to create a carrot, if you will, hopefully not a stick, but a carrot with disaster assistance for communities to be doing the right thing by evaluating climate risk and weather risk and give them credit, give them an incentive to do that in the form of disaster assistance after an event. The draft OCAP report talks about the National Flood Insurance Program using risk-based rates. We think that's an excellent idea, and it does need to be partnered, if you will, with the benefit for low-income or fixed-income people to have some subsidy or some program that provides them with some financial incentives. But don't embed that in the rate. In fact, let the rate show what the flood risk is, whether it's, again, a public or a private program. We think federal standards for local and state building codes related to climate would be a good idea. That's fairly controversial among local communities, as you have federal intrusion in the building codes area, but we think it would be a good idea. We do think, as the OCAP report says, to increase funding related to relocating properties that are repetitive loss properties. I may have these statistics a little off, but I'm close. Something like 2 to 3% of all the properties insured in the National Flood Insurance Program account for over 30% of the losses in the program. It's properties that get flooded repeatedly that either need to be bought out or removed in some way. We agree about more nature-based solutions. It was nice to hear Elizabeth talk about how Miami Beach is using nature-based solutions as part of their proposal. We think expanding the Coastal Barrier Resources Act, which has been around for 30, 40 years, is another way to think about removing incentives provided by federal resources for development in coastal areas, but preserve coastal areas in the natural habitat. We think the federal government should lead by example, that federal properties, whether they are properties that are managed by the federal government or acquired by the federal government, that the federal government should indeed be looking at climate risk, a forward-leaning, future-looking approach to evaluating what properties they acquire or what properties they use for federal facilities. We think increasing climate research with NOAA and the National Science Foundation is another appropriate thing. And with the National Flood Insurance Program, we support incentives built in there that would provide incentives for the private insurance markets to provide flood insurance so that you have complements to the public program, the National Flood Insurance Program, with the private sector, including the signaling that comes with insurance risk pricing, but also to get us away from this post-event disaster assistance oriented recovery. And the last thing I'd say, and I welcome also the question and answer period, is we really think it's right for academics with knowledge in this area, environmental groups and business groups to be working together. We're not necessarily common allies on things, but it's probably the way that these kinds of things get done and get solved, whether it's in advocacy or local programs. And again, I think Elizabeth talked about local business leaders and local public officials working together to solve problems in local community. But Jason, thank you very much. I look forward to the question and answer period.
Thanks a lot, Frank. It's really great to see, a lot of commonality kind of emerging already. Part of the OCAP process here, we wanted to get people across all the spectrums here. We want industry, academia, public policy, youth groups. So we're really great to have you here and to have such a broad coalition forming. So those were our first two keynote presentations. And now I'm going to introduce Hillary Stevens. She is a coastal resilience manager with our Restore America's Estuaries. And so Hillary is going to give her kind of responses to, her thoughts to the two keynotes, and then she'll be able to ask some follow-ups. And at the same time, we're asking people to start, again, if you haven't already, put your questions in the Q&A, not the chat box. And I will forward those to Hillary so that we can start a kind of a robust discussion as soon as her initial remarks are through. So Hillary, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, or I guess good morning, depending on which coast you're on. Thank you so much for having me. And I want to thank Frank and Elizabeth for those really outstanding remarks. You both have some really wonderful points to talk about here, and I have a number of responses, but one of the things that really struck me about the approaches that you two are talking about is the complement of what the federal government is in a position to do and what local government is in a position to do. Elizabeth is really talking about some really powerful and innovative ideas that are being implemented and to some extent funded as well locally by a well-informed and robust city government. And this is a highly developed area. Obviously, Miami Beach is completely built out. And so it has a resource base there to work from. But really, we're seeing powerful local leadership on taking on some of these issues. By contrast, some of the things that Frank is talking about, some of these incentives, tax incentives, for example, or federal standards on buildings, building codes, these are some things where the federal government is in a position to take leadership. And particularly when you have local governments that might not be as well resourced or have the capacity that a place like Miami Beach does, could really benefit from that guidance coming at the federal level. So that's really an interesting contrast I saw in what the two of you were talking about. But again, I'm very impressed with some of the things that you were both addressing. One of the questions I would love to hear more about, Elizabeth, is what kind of reaction you're getting from your residential, the residential neighborhoods in Miami Beach. How do the individual property owners, how do renters feel about some of the changes that are coming? And particularly that example that you showed of that restaurant there in the corner where the road had been elevated. How is the business community, and I imagine a restaurant like that might be renting that property, how are they responding to these changes? What are the building owners, how are they responding? What are they feeling is going to be their obligation to handle their own property?
Yes, it's not an easy question. And, this is something that we're working with the community on day in and day out as we're developing and planning for future neighborhood projects. As it relates to Sunset Harbor, there has been, from the beginning, a cry from the residents and the businesses that operated in that neighborhood for a project to come in and help relieve them of the sunny day flooding. They were seeing this sunny day flooding so regularly that it was impacting their quality of life. But as we developed the design of raising those streets and some of the sidewalks had to be lowered, there's pluses and minuses. One of the challenges here is that a lot of those commercial properties were built right up to the right-of-way line. So what was happening when the project was still under construction and at the very beginning, we were seeing flooding of that area because of the amount of water, not just from the rain, but from draining off the private properties. So we had to make adjustments to the overall stormwater system in order to account for that extra water. We've also had to work on those harmonizations and transitions between the public and private property. And while it's one thing to have railings and ramps in a commercial area, it's another to have that in a residential neighborhood. So as we're moving into those residential neighborhoods, that harmonization and transitions are going to look much different. So, one thing that we're looking at is increasing the swale area and doing a lot of the transitions, within those swales and the yards. We are going to have to install drains on private property in some cases in order to account for that water and not to flood properties which are now going to be lower than the public property. And I can tell you that we don't have all of the answers, and a lot of it we're still working through. And we have to work through those harmonizations, not as a neighborhood, but property by property and all sides of those properties, because the adaptation needs to be that precise and specific. But one of the things that we've learned and we're continuing to perfect is that community engagement. And I would, my advice to any municipality that's beginning this journey is to start that outreach at the beginning of the process and really work with your residents and business community so that the end product will be a success.
I can only imagine that that's an ongoing issue of continuing that outreach. We are getting a lot of questions about funding. Where is the funding coming for all of this? Infrastructure is expensive.
It sure is. So our project, which we began back in 2013 and is expected to last about another 10 years, overall is going to be about $650 million. $650 million. So it is, quite large. And when we first went through the decision-making process to see if, how we were going to move forward, we went back out to the taxpayers and asked, is this something that you're prioritizing? Are you okay with us increasing your stormwater utility rate to fund these infrastructure upgrades? So what we've done, and the taxpayers voted that they wanted us to move forward. So incrementally, we've increased our stormwater utility rate. And the stormwater utility rate is paid by each property and is based on whether that property is commercial or residential. And they pay a certain rate. So it ranges when we first started the program, it was only $9. We did an incremental increase to $12, then to $17, and now it's at $24. Per ERU, and most properties are about 1 ERU, so $24 a month. So, as we continue to look at how we fund it, there may need to be additional increases in the stormwater utility rate. We're also tapping into funding from the state to do those upgrades. One of the projects that we have that's currently under construction, Indian Creek, is actually a partnership with the state of Florida's Department of Transportation, is helping to fund that. It's an emergency evacuation route, which we're improving. And then also through our general obligation bonds that were approved in 2018. I want to say it's about 47% of the general obligation bond approved for construction over the next 10 years plus includes resilience elements and stormwater infrastructure upgrades. But,
Wow,
you know,
I guess it would have to be for a project of that scale, but quite a mixture of funding sources. But it does sound like you've been able to get a lot of it fairly locally, which is great, that return investment. One more question for you, and then I'll turn to Frank. Folks are asking about these areas where you've constructed, it looks like from the images you were showing, out into the waterways, where the beach nourishment has extended the shoreline out, or the way you've engineered some of those living shorelines. Are there property boundary issues there, or what did you need to do in order to extend out into the waterway?
Sure, great question. So the Indian Creek project, which actually is the shoreline adjacent to that evacuation route I had mentioned a few minutes earlier, that the land is owned by the properties on the other side of the roadway. So the property itself is owned by private properties where the shoreline is, and the submerged lands are owned by the state of Florida. So we've gone to each property and we've presented the project, and we received authorization in order to construct the seawall and the living shoreline. We're in the process now of getting the project permitted with the different environmental regulatory agencies, including the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Miami-Dade County DERM, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And the way that we have approached the submerged land issue is that this is going to be a public benefit, and we're bringing back this natural resource. There are concerns about, you know, the filling of the bay, and that's why this type of mangrove planter would not be appropriate in many locations in Biscayne Bay. We've developed the project, and we are, you know, the way that we're presenting it is that this is an area of the bay where we do not have great water quality. We do not have benthic resources. So if we were able to establish this mangrove planter area, it would allow us to begin to restore that waterway. So we see it as a benefit, and that this project is partially funded from a grant from the Florida Department's Office of Resilience. And so we're working hand in hand with them to help us develop a successful project. And we see it as, you know, a future model that other municipalities, not only in South Florida, but throughout the southeast part of the United States, could be using.
Hey, Hillary, this is Frank. Can I ask Elizabeth a question? This is Frank.
Of course, please go right ahead.
I mentioned in my comments about this new federal initiative allocating money from disaster assistance to be available really to local communities, but through the state. I think it goes through the state. And I realize FEMA is very distracted now by the pandemic, but they were in the process of implementing that. Is that a source of potential federal funds for these kinds of projects?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And on my list of things to be doing in the next week or so is actually to be, there's a source, and it's, I don't have it on, it's on my computer, of federal funds that we're going to be applying for money for that are directly related to disaster relief and building back this natural infrastructure. So I'm going to be putting together, you know, our scope of work and proposal of how we would like to utilize those funds. So we do have a very robust intergovernmental team that helps us identify grant opportunities, and, you know, especially for our living shoreline projects, they're much more difficult to get permitted and designed than a typical gray infrastructure. So any support that we can get from state and federal agencies really helps us to show that this is possible and helps make future projects continuing to be possible. So, you know, I think that's a struggle that other municipalities have, is just the time and money that these living shoreline projects have, because they haven't been tested, they're more difficult to get permitted. So here in Miami Beach, one of our goals is not only to get this infrastructure designed and approved and installed for our own city, but to develop a pathway so that this can be an option for other municipalities who may not have the time and the funding to move projects of this innovative nature forward.
Thank you.
Frank, I've got a couple of questions coming in for you. One of them, does the reinsurance industry have a position on carbon pricing?
You know, the answer is not as an industry, if you will. The insurance sector largely has steered clear of the question of whether or not there should be carbon pricing and therefore some sort of a carbon tax. However, a number of individual companies, particularly in the reinsurance sector and particularly European-based companies, have in fact called for a carbon tax as the best approach to it. So collectively, the insurance and reinsurance sector have not endorsed a carbon tax, but there are a number of companies that have, and a number of companies that have been far more aggressive in managing their investments or their engagement, if you will, in forward-looking programs to deal with either carbon pricing or carbon trading kinds of systems.
Thank you. Another question that you laid out very rational solutions about reform to the NFIP, the flood insurance program, and wondering what are the politics behind making these reforms? Who are the main opponents to this?
You know, if by reforms you're specifically talking about changing the rates to make sure the rates are actuarially sound or at least risk-based, interestingly enough, it's not been what we normally think about Washington as being the Democrats and Republicans locked in some conflict over an issue. It's largely been coastal members of Congress versus interior members of Congress. So members of Congress in states like Louisiana, Texas, Florida, New Jersey, places that have experienced a lot of severe and extreme weather events, find the flood insurance program as serving their constituents better if they're in fact subsidized rates. So the tension has largely been about coastal members continuing the support for the subsidies that are in the National Flood Insurance Program, more than advocates, if you will, for changing that. So the rationale is clearly to change it and make it risk-based and provide some assistance to people that would be unable to pay the higher premiums. And that's the proposal that's been pending for a while. The National Flood Insurance Program has been up for reauthorization since 2017, as I recall. Maybe it was 18, but it's been reauthorized on a short-term basis now 15 times. And therefore, you don't get the fundamental reforms if all you're doing is kicking this program down the road 3 months or 6 months. But that's where we are. And that's probably where we'll be again in September when it comes up for reauthorization.
Unfortunately, I expect you're right on that. Let's see. Does the reinsurance industry have a position on managed retreat, using quotes there? The idea of relocating communities back from the coastline?
And the answer is yes to that. One of our policy positions is that the FEMA programs that have in fact helped communities move or help individual properties relocate or to buy out is something that we very much support. It was my point about the repetitive loss properties are driving the losses in the National Flood Insurance Program. And of course, you've got a lot of areas that are not mapped as flood exposed areas that routinely we see in these hurricane events get extraordinary losses associated with them because the mapping is inadequate or outdated, or unfortunately is not as forward looking as it should be, taking into consideration climate risk.
If protecting infrastructure requires this degree of funding, what are some ways to fund projects like this in communities that cannot afford tax increases?
I suspect Elizabeth has some insights about that as well.
I would toss that to both of you. Yeah, okay. Frank, why don't you start and then Elizabeth?
Well, my comment would be that there's certainly talk in Congress, as there has been for some time, about some sort of a major infrastructure initiative. The Trump administration started talking about that when it first came in. It did not get traction, if you will, and I suspect because of the coronavirus and the commitment of resources that it will be a problem to get additional funding for that. But from our perspective, a federal initiative looking at infrastructure gives the opportunity to really build in forward-looking climate risk and weather risk assessment and provide states and local communities with additional resources to do that. But if the federal government doesn't do it, Elizabeth laid out a whole series of the kinds of community commitment through either bonding authority or agreement about taxes, surcharges on taxes, if you will, as a way to fund these programs. But the federal government clearly has the deep pocket here for infrastructure reform, repair, and there's an opportunity there to do the right thing and not just build back the way we have been, but to do as Miami Beach has done, and that is to say, how do you protect this community forward-looking for a very long period of time?
Elizabeth, would you like to chime in here?
Sure, I can add a little more. And I think, you know, a piece of it is even for Miami Beach, we're going to need assistance from the state and federal government in order to adapt the city. And, you know, take, for example, our beach renourishment projects. The majority of those are funded through federal funds. But it's also looking at, you know, how we're planning and designing cities. And I think that that's something that every city can do, is look at their land development regulations and begin to make changes so that adaptation can be happening incrementally as a way to begin to protect those cities. So just as a, you know, one piece of it is that public infrastructure, but another piece is how private properties adapt. And I think that land development regulations and really taking a dive there can help protect a city as it is moving into the future.
Great, thank you so much. Let's see here, we've got another one. For Miami Beach, so for you, Elizabeth, do you consider the greenhouse gas impact or energy demands of your adaptation strategies when you're comparing different alternatives?
Sure. So the city does conduct a greenhouse gas inventory for our government operations and for our residential and commercial communities. And we use that in order to develop policies and programs as it relates specifically to adaptation and, you know, how we're making decisions on the type of infrastructure to use. It's very minor. However, what we are doing is, you know, for example, with our pump stations, those pump stations do require a large electrical output. We've had conversations with the industry as well as our electric provider, Florida Power and Light, for helping us come up with innovative ideas as it relates to renewable energy that potentially could power those pump stations, because we recognize that, you know, that here we are, we're utilizing these pump stations to keep the streets free of salt water, but we're also contributing to the problem. So, you know, I don't have an easy answer to that. And right now, the industry and has not provided us a solution, but that's something that we're going to continue to look towards. But one of the things that we do look for in these neighborhoods projects is how the overall design can be bringing back trees, which help to sequester carbon. And we're also, you know, those are just a few of the things. And for us, it really is an integrated approach of how we deal with energy across the city. And I want to say, while, you know, our adaptation has taken front and center stage, that mitigation piece is developing now and taking more of importance. And I think in the next you know, few years, we're going to see that really ramp up. Our first climate action plan will be released at the end of this year, and that's going to lay out a lot of those targets and goals for the city of Miami Beach.
That's great, thank you. And this one, I think, Frank, is coming your way. It says, buildings are not the only critical properties subject to risk of flooding. How do we evaluate risk to the transportation sector, especially with respect to public transit? And how can we encourage them to grow with respect to climate resilience? And I think I'll add in there, if you could clarify for folks how insurance is handled for private versus publicly owned, if you're talking about maybe a public transit hub, and how your industry relates to that.
Yeah, good question. And it's a little bit of a mixed bag, if you will, in that a lot of local communities or public transportation entities do not insure in the private sector. Their public entities rely upon public financing, and therefore it's not so much of a traditional insurance kind of risk. That's routinely true about the traditional infrastructure. Think seawalls or roads and those kinds of things. They're not insured, and communities may insure their facilities, such as a building or a fire station or that sort of thing, but they're not really insuring infrastructure, if you will. Having said that, a couple of interesting, fairly unique kinds of insurance products, Elizabeth mentioned parametric insurance, have in fact been used more recently to help fund the recovery or repair of public facilities. The New York, I'll get the name wrong, but the Metropolitan Transit Authority bought what we call a catastrophe bond some years ago that would trigger, as Elizabeth described, based upon certain independent features. It didn't require damage to the tunnels that were being insured. It just required a certain event to occur, just as Elizabeth described about parametric insurance. So you do feel like we're on the cusp of interesting opportunities for communities to look at creative ways to finance both recovery as well as pre-disaster mitigation things. There was a project in Mexico, as I recall now, that where the parametric product helped rebuild the offshore. There weren't dunes. The offshore coral reefs is really what it was, I think, as a way to help reduce the impact of a storm or sea level rise. So it's not so much of a traditional insurance kind of product, but there are new products being developed, and Elizabeth referred to one that I think is interesting. I didn't know about the Miami Convention Center.
Elizabeth, did you want to discuss anything there about sort of the public transit aspects of what you have in Miami Beach and what you're doing to ensure that they're adequately covered?
The public
they're looking at public, I'm sorry, the question was looking at public transportation. As opposed to some of the more just open roadways that are transit. And how are you weighing those compared to your other infrastructure? If there's any particular emphasis you put on public transportation that may or may not be insured in that way.
Perfect. Thank you for repeating the question. So in Miami Beach, we have a mobility plan that prioritizes the pedestrian. So as we're moving forward with the planning and design of all of our neighborhood projects, our streetscapes, rather than prioritizing the car and the personal vehicle, the prioritization is pedestrians, bicycles, then public transportation, freight, and then finally the personal vehicle. So we're redesigning how people move throughout our city. And as we're redesigning our streets, thinking about the pedestrian, that gives us also more space to think about water management. So I think a piece of it is just rethinking how we're designing the urban space that we have. And you know, it's incredibly difficult when you have a city that's already developed. The infill's there. Where, you know, newer cities are able to begin to think of those processes from the beginning. But I think we've made some major strides in just changing the way that people move throughout the city. And I think that after, you know, this pandemic crisis is over, there's also going to be changes in the way that people are moving in their cities. So, you know, I'm, you know, thinking already about how we're thinking about, you know, where services are provided so that we can provide a more walkable space. So, you know, while that there isn't financed, by designing the city, it becomes a priority. And also, you know, for us in Miami Beach, we do provide free public transportation with our trolley system. And that is a great amenity, particularly for vulnerable populations that, you know, do not have personal vehicles, and also, you know, who may not be able to walk the same distances as other residents. So I think just looking, those are just a few on the transportation front. Thanks.
Now that we're talking about this, it also raises, we've got a global audience who may not be aware of some of the local geography. Could you talk a little bit about your evacuation needs? Because being so vulnerable and exposed to hurricanes and being an island, you have some really unique and critical elements there when you're looking at transportation. Could you just talk about that for a second so people understand what you're dealing with?
And real quick,
Sure.
Elizabeth, just we have to wrap up soon, so a brief response.
Okay, sorry, just one more minute then, and we'll call it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be quick. So Miami Beach is a barrier island. We're about 7 miles long, and we're connected to the mainland by 3 causeways. So those 3 causeways need to evacuate the entire population when we have a hurricane or storm event. We have about 90,000 residents, but on any given day, we have 250,000 people that are in our city. So it's quite a feat, particularly during our high season, to move people out of the city when we have these types of events. So we're working with the Department of Transportation, who manages those causeways, so that they're also thinking about how they need to redesign those as sea levels continue to rise. So I think that's a piece of it, as well as understanding that early warning system of when to begin that evacuation process, so people have enough time to plan and prepare. And in Miami, we know hurricanes, and that's something that we have learned to do well.
Great, thank you so much. Elizabeth and Frank as well, I want to thank you so much for your time and your expertise. This has really been a fascinating conversation.
Thank you, Hillary, for great moderating. And I think we could have gone on for another hour here with all the questions we have, but we're going to go into our 10-minute break, and we'll come back after that with our sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. And thanks again, everybody.
Thank you.
we're back on when you guys are ready.
Okay, we're back on.
It says I can't start my video because it's blocked by the host. Okay, now it's asking me. Okay, all right, all set.
Okay, excellent. So welcome back to Ocean Climate Action webinar. We're going into the next session, which is on fishing, aquaculture, and marine biodiversity. Jason said maybe the coastal insurance was the most complex issue. They're all incredibly complex. I know it used to seemed to be simpler when all we had to worry about was global industrial overfishing, pirate fishing, and pollution crashing the web of life in the ocean when industrial overfishing was catching fish faster than they could reproduce. And we worried about the future of wild caught marine protein or edible marine wildlife, however you want to put it. Actually, starting in 2006, we saw in the United States, at least, the beginnings of reform with the reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Act. And in years since, we've started seeing the depleted stocks being restored, more hopeful future in terms of life and livelihoods on the docks. But today, a lot of that hope's going away because of the impacts of climate change, the disruption it's causing. We're seeing a lot of marine wildlife, from fish to lobsters, basically moving towards the poles as the ocean warms, and traditional fishing grounds no longer have their traditions of what they'll find when they put a line in the water. At the same time, a warmer, more acidic ocean holds less dissolved oxygen. Scientists are telling us that we could see 25% loss of total fish and wild biomass in the next century. And so these are huge threats. As I mentioned earlier, Representative Jared Huffman of California has been having a nationwide listening session with fishermen around climate and around the need to maybe reform Magnuson-Stevens to incorporate climate issues. At the same time, over half the world's seafood now comes from aquaculture. And the latest wave, like a lot of new industries, it started out dirty. There was a focus on high dollar value species such as salmon and shrimp. Well, as we said earlier, Mother Nature bats last, and along with the human virus, there are marine viruses that right now are decimating salmon pens and shrimp farms across the country. And scientists and marine conservationists long look to mariculture and shellfish farming as and farming lower on the trophic levels as solutions. But right now, the climate impacts are being felt most severely in the shellfish farming sector, and it's gone to where the shellfish industry has essentially become the indicator species for ocean acidification. So I guess the question is, how do commercial fishing and aquaculture get over each other and find common ways to sustain our marine food security, and what laws and policies will help us deal with these impacts? Our session today, we have somebody who's represented the largest commercial fishing organization in North America. We've got a representative from the largest shellfish company, and our moderator is one of the most respected marine ecologists. So let me just start. We'll have our two keynote speakers for 10 minutes, and then our moderator, who will put it in context, ask questions, and answer as many of your questions as we can. I'm going to start with Noah Oppenheim, who's the principal at Homurus Strategies, and until recently, I knew him as the executive director of the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, to talk to us about climate and fishing.
Thanks so much, David. And good to be with all 250 to 270 of you. It's an honor to be here today, and I just want to take a moment to express, as I'm sure has been expressed often on this webinar the challenges that folks are dealing with right now, personally, professionally, globally, and certainly in the fishing industry, those challenges are real, they're palpable, and I'm certain many of my colleagues in the industry would like to be here with us, if not for the fact that they're literally fighting for their existence, seeking new approaches to move seafood locally and reconnect with the local seafood consumers. And I'll be talking about that towards the end of my 10 minutes here. My name is Noah Oppenheim. I am the now principal of a boutique consulting firm called Homaris Strategies as of 2 weeks ago. Prior to that, I was the executive director of the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, which is the largest commercial fishing organization on the West Coast, not the nation, though. Thank you, David. I'm sure we loom large in your mind. So I'm going to be discussing 4 broad topics here about the challenges and the opportunities that we have to strengthen domestic U.S. fisheries in the context of climate change. Broad strokes, we need to be enhancing our fishery management system through reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Management Act. And I'll focus on 2 particular ways in which we can do that regarding active management of fisheries. We also need to enhance the way that we protect fish habitat, particularly the essential fish habitat programs, which are also managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And then we need to, of course, support our fishing communities. And we can do that in a number of ways. And then we need to relocalize the seafood supply chain. We need to rethink what it means to have domestic fisheries and domestic seafood consumption. We need to reintroduce American seafood consumers to the sustainable resource that we have. And we need to reward fishermen and incentivize keeping seafood in the United States, not exporting it, and focusing on consuming what we produce here, which we know is much more traceable and, of course, lowers the carbon footprint of the supply chain. So with regard to the fishery management system, we have 2 major challenges regarding the impacts of climate change in the ocean and global warming specifically on fisheries management and stocks. The first is in-season management. We do not currently have a robust approach to manage stocks in real time. We don't have an emergency response system under the council management process. And that is a challenge. It's shown itself to be a major challenge that has biological and socioeconomic repercussions. That can be changed with a fine-tuning of the ways in which that the rules under the National Environmental Policy Act apply to council decision-making with robust guidelines and structures. We can ensure that if there are climate impacts to stocks, that we can respond quickly and adaptively in order to ensure that we aren't managing rigidly with long-term consequences associated with getting it wrong, so to speak. Of course, the concept of shifting stocks has been one that's been discussed for quite some time now. We know that as oceans warm, the poleward shifts of stocks and marine populations will challenge the rigid lines that we've drawn on maps and the jurisdictions that govern different harvest programs. And indeed, those jurisdictional boundaries have reared their heads significantly. We need to be ensuring that as shifting stocks move between domestic jurisdictions, that we're responding equitably and ensuring that communities are able to access those stocks, but that we don't prevent operators from losing access to stocks that they've historically harvested. And then as stocks shift out of and into American waters, US jurisdictions in the exclusive economic zone and elsewhere, we need to ensure that we are approaching those new opportunities in a way that preserves the integrity of stocks and their sustainability and takes a science forward precautionary approach to the way in which we engage in harvest. We need to, shifting now towards habitat, we need to be using the Magnuson-Stevens Act to strengthen the protections that we've already put in place for essential fish habitat. Essential fish habitat is an important tool that has not been used to its fullest potential. While we've certainly put in place requirements for the prevention of fishery impacts to EFH, time has come, in my opinion, to ensure that those essential fish habitat protections apply to other industrial activities that can impact habitat. Essential fish habitat not only protects fish, it protects the biological and reproductive integrity of fish stocks. We're talking about protecting water quality, flow, temperature. In the case of anadromous fisheries, we're talking about pollutant inputs to coastal habitat. We're talking about offshore industrial activity. We need to be requiring the federal action agencies and state and private actors who are seeking to engage in activity that could deleteriously impact essential fish habitat to be taking those activities into account. We can use the Magnuson-Stevens Act to do that. We can also ensure that the adaptive approaches that already exist under the Magnuson-Stevens Act are brought to bear and are highlighted. These approaches that we do have already in statutes are what you might call adaptive marine ocean protection. The Ocean Climate Action Plan talks about ways in which we can use spatial designation to enhance ocean conservation. The fact of the matter is we do that very well, very effectively, and very collaboratively in many, not all of course, but many of the regional fishery management councils. We need to be looking to examples where those are most effective, and I would put forward the Pacific Council as one of the highlights nationwide. And we can use those examples in order to strengthen those adaptive approaches. There's an area there are areas cumulatively off the coasts of California, Oregon, and Washington, the size of the state of California, in which there is some sort of spatial protection in place. The fact of the matter is those broad areas are already showing their effectiveness, and stocks are rebuilding at a record rate off the West Coast. Shifting now towards supporting fishing communities and what we can do in order to ensure that the conservation ethics that we have in place reward fishing communities and protect them. Certainly, we can augment what's known as National Standard 8 under the Magnuson-Stevens Act to allow community access to fisheries. And we're talking in broad strokes here about providing community access to stocks, permit banking, other strategies like that that allow access and fishing effort to be grounded in localities, so that we can ensure that there is not just a sort of a mobile fleet, if you will, that is accessing a majority of fish stocks, but that indeed we can route access in communities, which provides socioeconomic benefit that cascades up through the supply chain. And of course, it incentivizes the kinds of fishing approaches that are more sustainable, more equitable. The second approach that I would argue is a path towards supporting fishing communities is revamping the fishery disaster program. We can do that in two ways. The previous panel spoke a fair bit about disasters, and certainly the fishery disaster program under Magnuson right now is itself a disaster, with upwards of 3 years required in order to provide congressionally appropriated funds to fishing communities who need them. We need to pass the Fishery Fund Act, and we need to explore other approaches to underwriting our fishery safety net, including the possibility of fishery insurance, which is a new model in which you might be able to provide for the mitigation of risk associated with fishing. And then the last general topic is relocalizing the supply chain. And this has been at the fore. It's the reason why I've left it till last. It's of course top of mind in the era of COVID. As many folks on this webinar are aware of, I'm sure, the collapse of the restaurant industry has had an extraordinary negative impact on commercial fisheries in the US, where the commonly cited statistic is around 80% of US caught domestically consumed seafood goes to the restaurant industry. That's gone. And of course, in the era of trade wars and other economic instability associated with COVID, the international export market has also been severely challenged. So commercial fishing operators are racing to reestablish local markets. And I believe that when we come out of this situation, we're going to actually have succeeded. One of the bright spots in the maritime industries here will be that we will have reintroduced thousands, perhaps even millions of US consumers to US seafood. Again, reintroducing individual consumers to individual fishermen, which is going to be a new approach that I think could last. It can certainly buoy price, and it can reward small scale operators who have a relatively light footprint, and will ensure that rather than 1,000-mile supply chains from from foreign, less accountable fisheries, we are rewarding US seafood harvesters who are adhering to the rigorous sustainability and science-based accounting standards that we have under our federal fishery management system. So with that, I'll just encourage everyone here to, if you haven't recently, seek out some sustainable US harvested seafood for a meal sometime soon. And I look forward to a robust Q&A and a panel discussion. Thank you.
So thank you, Noah. And so we think globally, eat our fish locally. And of course, we're in the disaster. We've talked about it before. 5 years ago, Bill Dewey was on a panel at one of our Blue Vision summits. Bill is the director for public affairs for Taylor Shellfish Farms, which is the nation's largest shellfish aquaculture operation, and also feeling both the immediate impacts, but also the global climate impact. So welcome, Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Dave, and thanks for the invitation. As has been noted, we definitely, like others, COVID-19 has had a severe impact on the shellfish aquaculture industry, and Taylor's included. So lots of unemployed staff and challenges ahead for sure. Definitely shifted a bit of our advocacy efforts, where we have been putting a lot of effort around climate and ocean acidification, really more towards relief efforts for our employees and industry. But I'd like to spend some time here elaborating on what the impacts have been to the shellfish industry, our company, and others around the country, and then talk a little bit about the policy areas we have focused on because of that. So start off with a quick PowerPoint to go through some slides to demonstrate it. It's easier to see some pictures and explain it than for me to talk through it. So get this going here. Maybe not.
Yeah, Bill, I'm not sure where the center color. There you go. Did it. Good job.
So as Senator Merkley alluded to, one of the most serious ways that we've been impacted by carbon pollution, not necessarily climate change directly, but as CO2 is absorbed by the ocean, it changes the ocean's chemistry, and one of the end results of that is fewer carbonate ions in the water. And this came to light for our industry in a big way about a decade ago when our oyster seed production collapsed in our hatchery in Washington State, and at the same time one of the other major hatcheries that Senator Merkley mentioned on the Oregon coast, the Whiskey Creek hatchery. So was a crisis as two of the largest hatcheries on the West Coast didn't have seed for the industry. Besides producing seed for our own company, we sell seed to a number of growers up and down the coast as well. So you can see in this slide here what a healthy oyster larvae is supposed to look like at day one. And when there are not sufficient carbonate ions in the water, the oyster struggles to build its shell. It's having to do all of this with the energy that's stored within that egg. And as it struggles to build the shell becomes deformed and small, and more significantly, it uses up those energy stores within the egg before it can build its feeding and swimming organ, which is referred to as a velum. So therefore it dies, and because it can't get any more energy to continue growth, or if it survives, its health is sacrificed, and typically it dies somewhere soon thereafter. So a real challenge for us. As the seed crisis drew a lot of attention, really, I think we were the first industry in the world to be impacted by ocean acidification and know it. And so policymakers and the media caught on to that. We saw a lot of attention, both locally, nationally, and internationally as a result. And fortunately, some tremendous response from our policymakers, both locally in Washington State and Oregon, and back in DC. Our governor at the time, Governor Gregoire, formed a blue ribbon panel that created a plan here for Washington State, which has actually become a model for other states around the country, and other countries around the world today are using it as a model. The industry evolved from, of course, initially panic when they realized what was killing their oyster larvae, and their ability to likely do something about global carbon emissions was pretty slim. It was a pretty scary prospect for growers. They ramped up their monitoring and research, a lot of good collaborative research with universities and NOAA scientists to really come to understand what was actually happening and tell that story, understand that story that I explained to you about what was happening to our oyster larvae. And we began treating our hatchery water, and that's what we're doing today, which has been very effective. Basically adding sodium carbonate to the water and the incoming water in the hatchery, boosting those carbonate ions up so our baby oysters can build their shells again. Also working from an adaptation standpoint, breeding ocean acidification resistant oysters. We had a hatchery in Hawaii at the time. We were able to expand production over there at that facility to offset losses in Washington. Other companies have gone to Hawaii as well because of that to produce seed. And then looking for refuges, because once the animals leave the hatchery and are out in the ocean, we can't mitigate that water chemistry by adding sodium carbonate. So are there ways to do that naturally and create refuges, such as co-culturing seaweed next to your shellfish farm, or growing your shellfish adjacent to seagrass meadows and so on. There's other ways beyond ocean acidification that growers are experiencing impacts from climate change and changing chemistries and conditions in the ocean. With mussels, there's been some great research done at the Friday Harbor Labs here in Puget Sound, showing that in a warmer, higher CO2 ocean, the mussels will have a weaker byssal thread and thinner shells. So what happens to us, as you can see in the right there, we grow mussels hanging from ropes on rafts. And if those byssal threads get weak, the mussels slough off and fall to the bottom, and we don't get to harvest them. And then with sea level rise, we're seeing more and more frequent situations where we have storms like this that will destroy our coastal infrastructure, break up our docks or our shoreside facilities, break loose our gear, our boats, and et cetera. And also significantly, as we have these high tides, they're inundating shoreline septic systems around our growing areas. And of course, when the tide goes back out, it carries that pollution with it from the septic systems and causes growing area closures. So those are just some of the other ways that beyond ocean acidification, we're experiencing harm. So a couple of years ago, Bill Mook, a shellfish grower in Maine up there with NOAA, had this inspiration to form a coalition to actively work and share our stories together with policymakers and the public through our food that we sell to try to change carbon policy. And that has been effective. We were very fortunate. The Nature Conservancy stepped up in a big way and has embraced this effort. And we've formed what is called the Shellfish Growers Climate Coalition. And they've done a couple of hill walks now, 2 years in a row, hill walks to DC, and have done some pretty effective communications with members of Congress. Most recently, their trip to the Hill, they were advocating for both the House and for members in both the House and the Senate to join the climate caucuses, advocating for co-sponsoring carbon pricing legislation, and asking the Senate Commerce Committee to move the package of ocean acidification legislation that passed the House by unanimous consent last year. And on a more local level, at least for Taylors, we're based here in Washington State, and we've certainly been active in our legislature here as the different bills have been debated to establish a price on carbon. We've been supportive of those, and also there's been a number of efforts around utilizing resource lands to sequester carbon, and as those bills have been debated, we've been advocating for blue carbon to be included in those. We see some good future there, for shellfish industry, particularly if we get into co-culturing seaweed to mitigate ocean chemistry conditions, that there's an opportunity there to sequester carbon and maybe get recognized for that as well. So I'll end there and look forward to the discussion here.
Thank you so much, Bill. And yeah, we're going to go to moderated discussion. Our moderator today is my Dr. Nancy Knowlton, friend and leading marine ecologist, and most recently Sand Chair for Marine Science at Smithsonian, where she also organized the Eco Optimism Summits. And we could use some optimism at this point, I think, in terms of marine biodiversity, along with fishing and aquaculture. There's a lot of discussion globally about 30 by 30, setting aside 30% of the world's ocean simply as full-on marine reserves to maintain some biodiversity in the face of the climate emergency. So Nancy, why don't you talk a little, ask your initial questions, and then unfortunately, we got way more questions than we probably have time for. I'll mark some. If you see them, you can ask them direct, or I can pass them on to you. But why don't you give the context of the emergency as you see it, and have some initial questions for our speakers here.
Sure. Well, as David alluded to, I'm not a fish biologist or a fisheries biologist, despite the virtual background you see behind me. I'm actually sitting in my electric vehicle outside the public library in a little town in down East Maine where there's good internet. I'm a coral reef biologist by training, and of course, coral reefs are often referred to as the canary in the coal mine when it comes to the effects of climate change on the oceans. And it's particularly striking because they also are the center of biodiversity in the oceans. That is something like somewhere between 25 and 30% of everything that lives in the ocean is associated one way or another with coral reefs. So there's a lot of biodiversity associated with reefs. And as I'm sure many of those of you listening out there know, reefs have had a really hard time, most notably all the repeated coral bleaching events that are caused by temperatures that are actually only a relatively slight deviation above normal, about 1 degree centigrade or 2 degrees Fahrenheit can send the whole system into a catastrophic decline. And so definitely there's a huge component to, biodiversity is a big part of why marine scientists like myself are worried about climate change. But what I'd like to do instead of, just going on and on about biodiversity, which is one of my true loves, I'd like to sort of think about the linkages that we have here, because this is a webinar about the link between climate change and oceans. And then the two themes are fisheries and biodiversity that we're exploring in this session of the webinar. And what to me is interesting is that traditionally, it's been the case that these things are often almost viewed as competitive things for us to pay attention to. So that just within the conservation world, and even particularly, for example, for coral reefs, but marine conservation in general, there's a whole sector of people who say we can't, if we do anything other than think about climate, we're wasting our time. The whole story is climate. It's climate 100%, and biodiversity doesn't matter. And then, of course, there are people who are concerned about biodiversity, who say, and the various things that are affecting biodiversity in addition to climate, which are, again, substantial. And then the third sector is the whole idea is this conservation is in conflict with, say, fisheries and human welfare in general. And so you have this situation where different proponents of these, different people who in very well-meaning but care most about one single issue or view themselves in opposition to sectors of the conservation and fisheries communities that are most preoccupied by something else. And I hope what is starting to emerge is that kind of conflict is really, first of all, it's not productive, but it's not even realistic. And a lot of the solutions that we have for one of these problems are actually really important solutions for other aspects as well. For example, Noah mentioned that he's really concerned about essential fish habitat and protecting essential fish habitat. When you protect essential fish habitat, you also by definition protect biodiversity. And similarly, Bill's comments about the really interesting collaboration, I was glad to hear it started in Maine, between shellfish growers and people caring about climate and how to use nature-based solutions that benefit both shellfish and climate are really interesting as well. I mean, there are many cases where restoring wetlands or in the tropical areas, mangroves, have really important positive implications for climate. And they also are really good for biodiversity and they're good for fisheries. Similarly, marine protected areas can benefit all three of those aspects. And so I guess my question would be to either of you or both of you to sort of elaborate on this potential for moving forward, particularly I think in the context of the pandemic, because we really can't waste any time or money at this point doing anything other than what makes sense. We're really way past the time of unnecessarily fighting with each other. So I'd sort of like your reaction to that. I mean, in terms of how you see the fisheries communities working with marine conservation groups in general and a potential for moving forward together rather than always kind of jostling for attention space.
You want to take a first shot, Noah?
Sure. Thanks, Bill. And thanks, Nancy. A pleasure to be on this panel with you. In my opinion, existing frameworks that we have in place, and in the context of fisheries, again, Stevens Act and the Fishery Management Council process, those are the efficient pathways to design policy solutions. We can revamp them. We can turn the dials a little bit as necessary. But I think that at this point, given the crisis moment that we are in, really moments we are in nationally, globally with COVID and with the challenges and impacts of climate change destroying biodiversity and of course, rapidly accelerating the occurrence of unpredictable events and the extent to which those events test the resilience of these systems we have in place. We need to be looking towards opportunities to cooperate. And at this point, I think that the battle lines have been drawn for so long, the antagonism between fishing communities and the environmental community, that it's a tired trope at this point. And I think we can look to places where we've gotten past that, perhaps to a greater degree than elsewhere. There are intractable challenges that are going to remain in certain jurisdictions, but those that can move forward must do so quickly. And so I'll get specific here and then wrap. But I think that what we need to be doing is look to political opportunities that we have to reframe old diametric oppositional issues. So when we talk about marine protected areas, what we're really talking about, as you put it, is protecting biodiversity, and if it's done in a way that effectively communicate to the fishing communities in whatever jurisdiction you're operating in that there is greater benefit associated with protection than with continuing to harvest in an area or at a time, or using a specific gear type on a certain substratum, then you will achieve a conservation victory and a biodiversity victory. I think essential fish habitat is the path to achieving those victories. And I think that tool is the one that is going to stand the greatest chance of success for being accepted by the fishing industry. It's the one where they have a seat at the table. It's the one where there are established approaches for design, requirements for accountability on both sides, both on the side of the industry and on the scientific community, to establish and demonstrate the biodiversity effectiveness and principles associated with forming those protections and designating those areas. So I strongly argue that those approaches need to be reinforced and strengthened.
Next, Bill, do you have some comments?
So from a shellfish standpoint, we're fortunate in that we have a long history of collaborating with the conservation community, particularly around water quality. Because we raise filter feeders, we need clean water. You know, for many, many decades, for the duration of the industry, we've fought for clean water and aligned with conservation groups that do that. More recently, as I mentioned in my talk, those efforts have expanded around the carbon pollution and ocean acidification issues. So some great collaborations, as I mentioned, with the Nature Conservancy and Ocean Conservancy and various groups that are advocating for ocean health. And then beyond that, from a habitat standpoint, this is something the industry is also concerned about. You know, we try to be good stewards of the marine areas where we farm. And in more recent years, through Army Corps permitting and ESA and EFH consultations, we have conditions built into our permits to ensure that we're protecting species through our farming activities. And the Nature Conservancy has actually been doing some great collaborative research with growers around the country to document the habitat value of the shellfish crops and gear that we have out there. So those partnerships are there and getting stronger around a variety of issues with our industry.
Those are really great answers. And actually what really I spent a certain amount of time reviewing success stories in ocean conservation recently. And one of perhaps the most important theme that came out was the essential participation of people whose livelihoods depend on the ocean. And I guess I would just encourage you both to continue to tell those stories of successful collaboration so that we can be working on this in unison, pulling on the same rope in the same direction. David, you said there are tons of questions, so I think we should open it up.
I agree. I'm wondering if you're seeing the Q&As on your bar, because we're having problems.
Oh, you can't see them. Okay. So, so the first question I have is, please address more specifically how you would change the Magnuson-Stevenson Act and NEPA to allow in-season fishery management response on a climate change timeframe. I think that question was directed to me. Thanks to the person who asked it. The challenge, I'm speaking specifically when I talked about the need to create some sort of rapid response, is not, of course, the kinds of climate change impacts to stocks that we know are occurring gradually, although at an accelerated rate over time, but specific events. Those events happen in some cases very quickly, and
in many cases far more quickly than the NEPA process would allow councils and the federal agency to respond with changes in either, let's just say broad strokes speaking here, in-season fishery regulatory guidance to councils or implementation for regulation. So how do you match? This is a classic temporal scale mismatch issue. We have broad, blunt frameworks that in some cases don't allow you to respond at the pace that you need to. Well, the clear solution is to find the avenues in which you would do that. And in the case of Magnuson and NEPA, there are requirements in Magnuson specifically. I mean, to get a little wonky here, I don't think you need to get under the hood of NEPA at all in order to allow councils and the federal agency to, in the context of climate emergency action, take action that is able to either respond or in some cases restrict, if appropriate, fishing activity in order to prevent serious harm associated with the augmented effects of fishing on already climate change disturbed fish stocks. You can do it in the act itself. There are provisions under Magnuson that deal with NEPA specifically. And there can be new guidance issued under those sections, or there could be language specifically stipulating a new climate response framework that would be developed, over a period of months, but certainly could be done within the next 3 years, I would say.
Sorry, I had somebody knocking on my door at the car. I'm not sure exactly why. I'm just going to ignore it for now. I have a question. I thought I was pretty safe here in the parking lot. Bill, I have a question for you. It says shellfish farming seems like a relatively benign form of aquaculture, but isn't the growing edge of the industry fed finfish culture, which can have a large negative impact on fisheries and biodiversity? And do you have a vision for sustainable aquaculture in the US as Congress considers legislation to regulate and promote offshore aquaculture?
Yeah, great questions. So what was the first part of it? Sorry.
So the comment was that the kind of aquaculture, shellfish aquaculture, is relatively benign environmental impacts, but the real growth in aquaculture is more fed finfish, which has potentially much more pervasive impacts on other aspects of marine ecosystems. And so do you have a vision for sustainable aquaculture in the context of the US Congress considering legislation?
Yeah, thanks. So, actually, the greatest growth in marine aquaculture over the past decade has been around shellfish aquaculture. There's tremendous upsurge in it, particularly on the East Coast, with a real surge in oyster production in particular. But, I think there is opportunity both for marine and finfish. I think a lot of changes. I also, full transparency, serve on the board of directors for the National Aquaculture Association, and also with the efforts to advocate for the offshore aquaculture legislation. So, I think there's value there to grow the whole industry, and it can be done responsibly. A lot of the impacts from finfish culture and have been addressed over the years. Certainly, there's more that need to be, but I think we have a real opportunity to do that here in the United States and put the regulations in place to do it right with the least amount of impacts and be leaders in the world. That would be my vision, as opposed to creating so many restrictions here that companies are forced to go overseas and grow production, perhaps where they don't have as good of environmental oversight. So we have a real opportunity here to do it right, have a good public debate around this national legislation that might allow it to happen in federal waters. I think there's good opportunity here to be leaders in the U.S. and promote more domestic production rather than import so much of it.
I have a really interesting question. It's about coming from the perspective of people who don't live on the coast. Does inland communities care deeply about the ocean and healthy fisheries and a strong Madison-Stevens Act? How do you suggest those communities better engage with coastal communities and policy initiatives? Sort of bringing the whole country together, so it's not just a coastal thing. Either of you, both of you.
Well, from an aquaculture standpoint, I think some of that discussion has started. Certainly the soy industry is excited about the opportunity to produce fish feeds. They sell a lot of their soybeans to China now that get fed to fish, and then we buy the fish back from China. You know, they'd like to short circuit that and sell their soybeans here in the United States. So we've got a lot of the so-called square states in the middle of the country that are producing that soy engaged in this aquaculture discussion now because of that interest. So that's one way.
And Noah, any thoughts?
Advocacy. Many inland states are represented by members of Congress and senators who are on committees of jurisdiction. If this is an important issue to you, work with your delegations, find members who are on relevant subcommittees and encourage them, their staff, to pay attention to these issues and not just let their eyes glaze over when ocean issues come to the fore on their respective agendas.
And I just add to that when we do our Blue Vision summits, have 25, 26 state reps. When we brought the 25 people from the Colorado Ocean Delegation in to meet with their congressional delegation, you had eyes opened wide when people realize there are citizens who will fly on their own time and their own dime to go talk about ocean issues to their electeds from places like Arizona and Iowa and Colorado. So definitely building our constituency is key.
I have another question that's come in from about risk assessments and to what extent your respective industries are doing this in the context of climate change, and should fisheries managers and communities be more actively engaged in doing risk assessments, thinking about what the future might hold under various possible scenarios, and in general what is being done along those lines, I think would be good to hear about.
I think that's one of the ocean acidification bills that passed the House does just that. I believe Senator Collins was the sponsor of that, but it's to evaluate around the country coastal areas and economies that would be most impacted by the changing ocean chemistries, so that we can target resources to those areas first, and more importantly.
And in terms of capture fisheries, Noah, I know here
The
in
Pacific Fisherymen.
Go ahead. Go.
I was just going to add that there are some initiatives underway to evaluate those vulnerabilities at least the Pacific Fishery Management Council, which convened a seminar or a workshop last year or earlier this year. It's hard to tell at this point. And one of the major discussion points, just as a caveat, was what happens if we lose our markets. That was one of the major challenges. And it was profound how quickly that scenario reared its head. And but just to say that those actions are taking place, and certainly other councils, I think, should be engaging in these kinds of vulnerability analyses. It can be done in a strategic way. And there are plenty of examples from other industries, other sectors, and governments to take a holistic as well as a rather technocratic approach in order to evaluate risk and design responses to various risk scenarios.
So I think we're getting close to the time. Do you
We've
have
got
any?
another 5 to 10.
Oh, 5 to 10. Okay. David, do you have any questions that you particularly want to throw on the table to address?
Well, no, I mean, I think in terms of that balance, I mean, there's a real question of where we move our marine protein or seafood. I mean, I like hearing about, you know, trying to develop more local fisheries and not having to move fish across the globe and burn carbon. I do one of our members of our youth advisory council ask, which I think would be for you, Bill, about trying not to fish down the trophic level. I guess it's really a question for both of you, and how we might move towards more, say, carbon friendly systems of mariculture, of smaller, you know, eating less predator fish, more forage fish, going back to sardines or shellfish and or algae, you know, and how does one, and again, we're looking at legislation and regulation, but is there a trend, or how could there be a trend away from eating or growing top ocean predators and looking towards kind of shifting diets, really?
Like, you know, from my perspective, obviously, we're about as low on the trophic level as you can get. So it's hard to get much better than shellfish eating algae. But I think, you know, I think there's opportunities there throughout aquaculture, whether it be, you know, farming more seaweed here domestically in the United States, which is a trend I'm excited to see growing quite dramatically in the Northeast, and a lot of excitement for that up in Alaska as well. You know, and then when it comes to marine finfish, you know, you start moving further up the food chain, up the trophic level there. But I think there's still opportunities to do that responsibly, you know, to where they've changed the diets, even with the farm salmon, farm fish, you know, as I mentioned, going to soy-based diets, going to trying to get more and more away from fish meal and fish oil needs. So there's ways to do it more sustainably, I think, than has been done historically, and people are working a lot on those areas.
I've been really impressed with the technology that's been developed for the recirculating aquaculture systems sector. You know, doing recirculating right is a major goal of that industry. I know in broad scale implementation with the appropriate footprint and ensuring that wastewater discharge is minimized, of course, you avoid a ton of the intersector conflicts that have plagued the political debate between wild capture fisheries and aquaculture. And certainly when you think about finfish, investing in those kinds of approaches is something that I think we can be leading as a country here.
Another one that's really emerging here in the United States is aquaponics, which is a great way to bring your local food production. You know, having these research systems that Noah mentioned that are growing vegetables off the waste from the fish and so on, where you're doing that in closed recirculating systems in warehouses, so you're producing all that food locally, is another exciting area of development.
And just educating the public to what actually is in their local waters. I know, Noah, your predecessor, Zeke, talked a lot about when we finally started to see sardine coming back to California after 60 years, you know, looking at them not as forage fish to be chewed up for meal, but, you know, linking up with Alice Waters and others to like go Mediterranean and start eating, you know, sardine in delicious combination. And I guess, you know, these are, you know, there can be an upside to what the climate emergency is forcing us to look at and start doing.
Nothing like fried anchovy. Yeah, looking at bait fish freshly prepared as a delicacy is certainly something that we can be focusing on, and it's definitely a value added opportunity that also can result in the same amount of revenue realized with proportionally less harvest in the reduction sector.
Yeah, there's a big project in Peru, for example, to get Peruvians to be really enthusiastic about eating entrevetas. There's definitely examples of that around the world. I guess
dolphins.
Beg your pardon?
Instead of dolphins.
Instead of dolphins, I guess. I guess I think we should, Dave, I thought we were supposed to wrap up 1 minute ago. What is the actual wrap time?
We're about ready to wrap up.
Okay, so I guess what I'd like to do is offer you, each of you, a chance to make a few very quick comments, how you want to close out the session. I guess my comment will be that I'd really like, I'd love to see a way that the voices of people in the fishing industry get to the general public. I know that in the work that I do on communicating about success stories, those are the voices that are most powerful, the ones that really move the needle. And so that would be my message, is to really increase the avenues and opportunities for communication via events like this, but also short videos, fishermen telling the stories of what they're doing to both make a living and also serve the environment as well. I think that these people are helpful. So Noah and then Bill.
Thanks, Nancy, and I just want to address one question that I didn't adequately address during my segment, which is how specifically can people who maybe aren't connected directly with seafood harvesters right now find domestic seafood in this crisis moment. I'll plug one amazing resource, which is localcatch.org, which is an aggregation of seafood providers that is based up here as well, up at the University of Maine, that is focusing on connecting local producers, either CFAs after the farm share model, or folks who are selling directly off their boat to consumers who are interested in shortening that supply chain and supporting their local industry. And if there aren't any spots on local catch near a port near you, you can certainly get on the phone and call a fishing association. They're happy to connect you to folks who are providing that service. And thanks for your interest.
That's great. I know I'm certainly eating a lot more local Maine fish right now, and it's a pleasure. Bill, do you want to close it out?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks, David, for reaching out and asking me to participate today. It's been an honor to join you all and share in the dialogue here. Your comment, Nancy, regarding the videos, again, kudos to the Nature Conservancy. They've done an awesome job working with growers all around the country, sending a video team out to shoot their stories and get those out on their website and so on. So those are great efforts. So and then shout out for eating local seafood as well, because like the fisheries, the shellfish growers all around the country have figured out how to get these deliveries out locally to people. And so I encourage you to support your local shellfish growers.
I look forward to when I can go back to my local hog island and slurp some raw oyster. And looks like we're going to take about a 6-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about offshore renewable energy. Jason will be running a panel on that. We've got 2 panels down, 2 to go. And, shout out again to the Inland Ocean Coalition. We were talking earlier about how every state's a coastal state. We're going to need to create the political will to pass good ocean climate legislation. That's going to come out of grassroots coalitions like we're seeing with the representatives on all these panels. Thank you all for participating. And we'll see everybody back here to talk about offshore wind and waves and other renewable energy in 6 minutes.
Thanks. I'll be safe, everybody.
Well,
Hello?
Mr. Bennett, we're on a break right now. Go ahead and mute yourself, and as soon as that timer runs down, we'll start the session. And turn off your camera as well.
Hi, everyone. So we are back for session number 3 on offshore renewable energy. And we have some great keynote speakers and a moderator today. So I think it'll be another great discussion. The setup here that I want to begin with here is the US really is lagging behind the rest of the world in offshore renewable energy, particularly offshore wind. The EU is making huge strides in this area, and many other parts of the world as well. And we really have barely gotten stuff off the ground. And in order to meet our climate goals, we're going to really need to scale up offshore wind. So that's really what the focus of this segment is going to be on today. I want to talk a little bit about OCAP's kind of policy recommendations and kind of goals and objectives before we get to the keynote speakers. So the first is to catalyze a large-scale deployment of offshore wind power in the US that rivals the EU by 2030. So that gives us about a decade to get up to speed with the EU's levels. We also want to make sure that the approval process for offshore wind is streamlined and that the appropriate checks are put in place to protect critical offshore habitat and biodiversity. One thing that we probably won't be talking about today, because we're really going to focus on wind, is also, we want to see R&D and investment in other types of offshore renewable energy like tidal and wave. Again, we're really going to focus on offshore wind today, but part of OCAP is to really boost those sectors as well. So we will get started now. Our first keynote speaker is State Senator Mark Pacheco from Massachusetts. Senator Pacheco has been really a big advocate for Massachusetts's plan to do a major offshore wind project. And he's here to talk about his experience with that and some lessons learned for the rest of the nation. So thank you, Senator Pacheco, and welcome.
Thank you very, very much, Jason, and I appreciate all the effort that you have put in, along with everybody on the team, to put this event together and bring us together to talk about offshore wind, the environment, and ocean management in general. My interest here has been primarily in getting greenhouse gas emissions reduced in the Commonwealth, and to look at global warming and climate change, both from a state perspective, national perspective, and internationally. Our world needs to bring down and reduce greenhouse gas emissions significantly to meet the targets that we would like to see all countries meet to really solve this problem. We are right now dealing with a major issue with coronavirus that we're all going through, because many leaders and many governments we're not paying attention to the science as closely as everybody should have. And we need to be paying attention to this science, dealing with climate change before the worst effects of climate change impact us. So in Massachusetts, one of the ways we were looking at bringing down greenhouse gas emissions is looking at the offshore wind sector. And many of us in the legislature, we actually went out to the Netherlands, we went out to the UK, we've been in many places around the world where offshore wind has been implemented and has been up and running for some time now. Back when you had 2.5 megawatt turbines or 3 megawatt turbines. Now we're talking about 6, 8, 10, and probably larger turbines out there today. And we wanted to see both whether it was an environmentally good thing to do, and whether we will actually bring down greenhouse gas emissions. But we also wanted to make sure it was going to make sense for the ratepayer and for a clean energy future. So we went ahead and looked at this, and we went through a whole procurement process in Massachusetts. And lo and behold, after going through that process and putting in place the right mechanisms, which I'll talk about in a minute, we found out that on our first 800 megawatt procurement project, which was a development team of Avangrid and Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, a company called Vineyard Wind, we saw a 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour rate come in for that particular plan, which reduces 1.6 million metric tons of carbon emissions annually, and significant savings, some $1.4 billion in savings to consumers that otherwise they would have paid. Also, we look at what we did in the second 800 megawatt procurement project, and the bids on that came in from Mayflower Wind, which was a partnership agreement between EDP Renewables and Shell New Energies. So here's an example where Shell Corporation, an oil company, is involved with a partnership with a renewable energy company originally out of Portugal. And they came in with a project that will reduce carbon dioxide emissions annually by over 1.7 million metric tons, and over $2 billion in savings for the ratepayers. So it's been amazing. So how we did this is this was primarily legislatively run, believe it or not, legislatively driven. We have an executive branch today in Governor Baker, a Republican, and a democratically led legislature that have come together. Initially, the governor was not as sold on this whole offshore wind thing, because we had a company called Cape Wind that had been trying for a long time to get offshore wind placed off the coast of Massachusetts, but there was no regulatory framework. There was no place where the oceans were available to be leased. And as a result of actions at the federal governmental level, we had lease agreements that we'll hear about later on, the presentation that follows my presentation with Mr. Bennett. We saw these lease agreements come out and get done. And as a result of having a process, and we were able to work with the executive branch, the rates went down significantly, the Department of Energy Resources locally, working with offshore wind developers and utilities, and our own Department of Public Utilities have worked together with the Attorney General's office and other agencies to put together a procurement process that both mandates and authorizes a procurement policy set of statutes. The Department of Energy Resources reviews these comments that come in, requests for proposals that have been talked about, draft proposals. And eventually we have an assessment of the bids and select the winner. We had put together an independent review process as well as part of this. And again, there's been several things that have come out of this whole process thus far, and that is that Vineyard Wind will save ratepayers again $1.4 billion in rate payments that they otherwise would have paid. Mayflower, $2.4 billion in ratepayer savings, and we're going to see. We anticipate a tremendous economic development project, while at the same time bringing down carbon emissions. So, creating jobs and creating economic opportunity and creating a clean energy future that will actually improve our public health. And by 2030, it's estimated that we will see support of over 83,000 US jobs, according to the American Wind Energy Association. We looked at the developers and see what the developers really were looking for from states and from utilities and everyone that is involved with the offshore wind sector. And what was so important in Europe, looking at what they have done there. And the number one priority equals regulatory consistency. Having a consistent framework going forward so everybody knows, and it's a transparent. It's very important to have it be a totally transparent system so that it can be looked at in real time and to try to find out what is really going on, because some of these development proposals that are coming in are very complex, and communication is very, very much a key factor in having everybody at the table up front, because there's a lot of critical knowledge that certain sectors have that other sectors do not have. And that's why it's important for states to engage an independent evaluator to be able to engage with the states and give the states the type of information that they really need. Developers discussed turbine configuration. Actually, the original slide I put up looked like the turbines were social distancing, but they were designed that way so that it would be environmentally friendly and good for the fishing industry. Worked alongside the fishing industry and doing that in many parts of the world. Here in Massachusetts and in the off the East Coast, we're looking at a fishing industry, but unfortunately in the initial discussions did not seek input from local scallop fishing groups. So that's what I'm saying. It's very, very important to get all the parties at the table up front so that all the information is on the table as you move forward with a project. If there was something that we should have done a little differently, that's one of the parts of the developers. While they tried to outreach and get as many people to the table as possible, this was one sector of the fishing industry that was left out inadvertently, and that has caused some backlash in terms of the time of getting these projects going. So there's several observations with utilities that have been somewhat reluctant to move forward. A lot of the utilities are stuck in the same old type of framework. where they don't want to see things change. And we've had to nudge our utilities in the Northeast a little bit to make sure that they're looking at offshore wind and clean energy alternatives with the power purchase agreement contracts between developers and utilities. That's where the deals are really cut. It's not the state, but the framework that the state puts in place and the renewable portfolio standards that are put in place with utilities to purchase clean energy are very important. That's why again, the use of an independent evaluator to oversee the procurement process is extremely important. For example, in Massachusetts, we had a situation where the utilities, as part of the regulatory process, was trying to put into their procurement process a regulatory out at the end of the day. So at any time they wanted to, they could just dissolve the contract. And as a result of an independent evaluator, they made the state aware of it. They made the Department of Environmental departments aware of it. And as a result of that, we changed it legislatively so that they could not do that. They couldn't have a backdoor out of a deal once the deal was, almost concluded. And so it was very important to get that expertise that was put in place for us. Finally, the legislative roles, monitoring the need for statutory adjustments. As I said, we were extremely surprised we knew we were going to see numbers that were different than the original Cape Wind proposal that was up around 25, 26 cents a kilowatt hour, believe it or not, back then. Now we see a proposal come in from Vineyard at 6.5 cents a kilowatt hour. We had a price cap in that original bid that we ended up changing and getting rid of the price cap so that we wanted to emphasize that we really were looking at the lowest possible bid, lowest possible responsible bid. And when we did that and we lifted the cap, we actually inadvertently enabled more competitors to bid. And when more competitors came in, to bid and started taking a look at all the other issues that were involved, we ended up coming in with actually a bid that was much less than the 6.5. It came in at 5.8%. And it was just really amazing. Mandatory incentives have a disproportionate impact on the price of energy. What we looked at in Massachusetts was we were looking at a number one priority in the procurement process was not only the environmental piece of it, not just lowering greenhouse gas emissions, but what was the rate going to be? What was going to be the bottom line for ratepayers? There is a temptation about creating jobs in your state. And obviously that's one of the reasons why everybody's interested in offshore wind, not only to bring down greenhouse gas emissions, but to create a new industry in America. And we certainly want to do that, but not when the jobs piece will cost so much more to the ratepayer. Because when rates go down across at the end of the pipeline in Massachusetts here, it improves the entire economy in all sectors of industries that are utilizing that renewable source of energy. So mandatory incentives have a disproportionate impact on the price of energy, and that's something that people need to balance. How much do you want to pay for every job that's created? You can do that, but that will have an impact on the rate structure at the end of the day. The final piece is the federal piece, and I'll end with this, and I know that Mr. Bennett will begin with it, with his presentation, but everything that we've done thus far is being held up right now because we need to see what the federal government is going to be doing at BOEM in terms of what is happening with these lease areas in allowing these projects to move forward in a comprehensive way. I truly respect what is happening at the federal level, because you're looking at one project, it's one thing, all of a sudden two. But when you're looking at the creation of a whole industry that will take place off the East Coast of our country, certainly we need to make sure that the environmental, fishing, and fragile areas are going to be something that is taken care of in the best possible way. If it wasn't for these leased areas and having these leased areas available that take care of the regulatory framework that we need to have in place, we'd be back at the old Cape Wind stage, where there was all kinds of litigation trying to get things done, and it was never getting off the ground. So the environmental review is important. The federal lease areas and the auctions, we're telling you how much these first couple of auctions that went out at the federal level, came in at just a few $100,000. We look at the lease areas that didn't even get bid out the last time because it was so low. This time when they got bid out, they're in the millions of dollars. And that tells you how much of an interest there is in this sector, how many jobs that can be created, how much we can lower greenhouse gas emissions. This is an area which I hope will be a part of a resurgence as we come back off of this coronavirus issue and come back and look at getting our economy going again. This, I believe, the offshore wind piece, along with all the other aspects of the clean energy sector, will be, I believe we're on the cusp of a clean energy revolution in the United States. And I hope that we will see that take place. So I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have. It's been an exciting opportunity to take a look at this industry and to actually go out to other parts of the world to see it in action, to see the jobs that have been created, and most importantly, to see how much it has improved air quality, improving our climate policy, and in really creating a whole new clean energy future in different parts of the world. We should bring that here into the United States so we can get us going in this area. We can balance this. We can do both. We can have a good economy, and we can have a clean environment, and we can protect the fishing industry and the other sensitive areas of our oceans.
Thank you very much, Senator Pacheco. Much appreciated, and for your advocacy in Massachusetts. So as you mentioned, the federal piece is quite important. And so now I'm going to introduce our second keynote speaker. Here is Jim Bennett. He's program manager for the Renewable Energy Program at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And he's going to talk about, those really key factors of really kind of streamlining and transparency that can really help all the actors in this process get projects on in the water and scale up quickly. So thanks a lot, Jim.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate the opportunity to be here, and appreciate Senator Pacheco's remarks. Again, my name is Jim Bennett. I'm the program manager for the Office of Renewable Energy Programs at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. We are housed in the U.S. Department of the Interior. Let me just make sure everyone is clear who we are. We operate under the Federal Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, which recognizes the Outer Continental Shelf basically from 3 miles out to the extent of the EEZ as a vital national resource, and calls on us to execute expeditious and orderly development of the energy resources offshore. In 2005, the Energy Policy Act was passed, which gave us the authority to lease for energy from sources other than oil and gas. Just real quickly, we have 4 basic regions, if you will, for activities. The Alaska region, which is pursuing offshore oil and gas. The Pacific region, which has legacy oil and gas activities. but is also very promising for offshore wind. The Gulf of Mexico, which produces about 25% of the domestic crude production, and the Atlantic, which is an ideal location for the development of an offshore wind industry, as we've seen indicated over the last few years. As I mentioned, the law was passed in 2005. The regulatory regime for leasing areas offshore for development was established in 2009. And right now we have 16 leases from Massachusetts down to North Carolina. And as the senator pointed out, this industry is completely different than it was 3 or 4 years ago. Leases that were sold for a few $100,000 are now selling, as they have in Massachusetts, in areas of 3 years ago that didn't get any bids, were left on the table, sold for $135 million apiece. But of course, it isn't just federal leasing, it's the state activities that in combination with the federal leases make things work. The state has shown great leadership, particularly Rhode Island's Block Island project. But the other states in the Northeast have also shown great leadership in identifying very, very aggressive renewable energy goals and very specific goals for offshore wind. Everything from 9 gigawatts is what New York is going to be pursuing, 3.2 gig in Massachusetts, 7.5 in New Jersey. And this slide keeps changing every couple of weeks because somebody else has established a new goal. But aside from establishing the goals, the states have been very aggressive in identifying offtake and procurement processes, including authorization of over 12 gigawatts at this point, roughly half of which has already been awarded. So it's the combination of state activities with federal leases that make things go. Of course, it isn't just the 2 government entities that make things go. These are the 13 leases, plus some planning areas that we're looking at on the federal level for offshore wind. But you also have a lot of activity with port facilities, testing facilities, academic institutions are putting together programs that will identify and train the workforce for offshore wind. And we have industrial facilities for offshore activities through the oil and gas program in the Gulf of Mexico, which provided the foundations for the Block Island project. So there's a lot of things that are going on onshore in addition to the offshore leases, which are being driven by the state activities and the federal leases. The other thing, of course, that is really driving the industry is the downward curve of costs.
Real quick, we were not seeing slides here. I just want to know if you had meant to be.
I'm sorry. How about now?
No slides right now. Yeah.
Okay.
You have to do share screen.
I hit share screen, but we can just talk through it in the interest of time.
Okay.
One last shot. Having said that, the key
Good,
thing.
Jim, now we just see your Zoom screen, so we might want to maybe just go back and just do the verbal.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll talk about for a moment cost of energy. It's dropped largely as a result of global activities and European activities down to 12 cents a kilowatt hour, and is expected to drop even further. We've had bids down under 5. I want to talk a little bit about issues and opportunities. It's anything of this scale. You're talking about $3 to $4 billion for an offshore wind farm, and you're talking about a lot of employment, as the senator pointed out, industrial synergies with the Gulf of Mexico. technology changes that are very substantial and are improving the efficiency of offshore activities. Did you catch up on the slides? Commercial and recreational fishing is an issue that we're dealing with in a big way, not just scallops. We do have a very.
Which slide are you on, Jim? I'm sorry.
Number 7.
It's Melissa.
Number 7. Number 7. Commercial and recreational fishing is a big issue, and we have an open public process, but we have to do everything we can to make sure everybody is on board as we develop possibilities offshore. Coastal communities are very concerned about view shed and visual impact. Navigation and safety is probably the biggest driving force that we are dealing with, that shape where the offshore wind areas go. And then, of course, you have environmental and wildlife issues that we have to be mindful of as these major projects get put in the water. We also have issues of transmission as to whether we've got the best system in place to bring the power from offshore to onshore. Let me talk just a minute about the process on slide 8. We have a planning and analysis process that takes about 2 years, working with the state and other local agencies through intergovernmental forces. We ask for information from the public and try to identify appropriate areas based on the information provided. You can go ahead and click to leasing. When those areas are identified, we issue a proposed notice of sale and final notice of sale and conduct an auction. The winner of the auction for the lease area has essentially a 5-year period to go out and do site assessment under an approved plan to identify exactly where, exactly the characteristics of the area, both in terms of meteorological data, wind speed, the sea floor, and the environmental conditions. And then based on that information collected, you have the submission of a construction and operations plan, which can take a year or 2 to review. And based on the approval of that construction operations plan, a couple of years worth of construction will produce a wind farm that will have a lease for 25 to up to 33 years, depending upon the individual circumstance. Go to slide 9, please. So all of this activity that has gone on since 2013 has resulted in what we are looking at as of this year, when we will have our first steel in the water, which is on the Outer Continental Shelf, which is the Virginia Sea Valve project off of Virginia Beach. And over the course of the decade, we're looking at 12 or 15 more projects up and down the East Coast, including those in Massachusetts, that are going to produce 5-6 gigawatts of energy. This is a very, very substantial amount of activity in a very short period of time. I think the original thought was that we would be growing wind farm by wind farm. And when the market turned, as we were talking about earlier, it turned in a very big way. So we've got, you can click to the next slide, please. So where are we right now? We've had 8 competitive lease sales and we have 16 leases on the East Coast. We have a lot of interest on the West Coast as well. Keep going. Keep going. We have approved 8 site assessment plans and the 1 general activities plan for the research project CVAL off of Virginia. But more importantly, on the construction operations plan, we have 7 that are under review right now. And we anticipate another 3 to 5 in the coming year. So we've got our work cut out for us. In addition to guidance, you can click again. We have 5 areas under consideration for additional leasing, including the Gulf of Maine, which has substantial Massachusetts involvement, the New York Bight, the Carolinas, and the Pacific. We have lease considerations developing off of California and possibly Hawaii. Again, we anticipate steel in the water this year, actually next month. It's been pushed back a little bit because of COVID, but we are anticipating having the first steel in the water next month. Next slide. I just want to leave you with one thought comparing the East Coast of the United States, Massachusetts to Carolina, with the East Coast of the United Kingdom, which I hope you can see, which are roughly comparable in area. There's actually more. You can click. There's more market potential on the East Coast probably. And they have 26 active projects over in Great Britain. We have 15, that's actually 16 leases at this point, but no real projects in place. Click, if you would. They started producing in 2004, and we are hopefully going to be producing in 2020 or 2021. Active production, they've got 5 gigawatts in place. But the last item here is the anticipated production. While we are going to be working under existing leases or additional leasing to produce 10 gigawatts or so of energy in the coming decade, they're already planning on an additional 28 gigawatts. That's been their experience. So it's very positive, and the outlook is very, very strong for offshore wind to be a major component of an all of the above energy strategy here in the U.S. And with that, I apologize for the slides not showing up, but with that, I think we can open it to the next slide for questions, or back to you, Jason.
All right, thanks a lot, Jim. And yet again, sorry everybody for the technical difficulties there. But I think we got the main points. And so now I want to introduce our moderator for this discussion. This is Ali Carter. She's an ocean policy analyst for the Center for American Progress. And I'm going to let Ali begin with some opening remarks and maybe a couple direct Q&A to Senator Pacheco and Jim, and keep the questions coming in the Q&A, and we'll get to as many as we can. So thanks a lot, Ali.
Hi, thanks, Jason. It's my pleasure to be here with Senator Pacheco and Mr. Bennett. I'm glad to be a part of this, and let's get going. In order to stem the growing impacts of climate change, the US and the world will have to commit to rapid decarbonization of our economy, and the electric sector is definitely a significant component of that. Experts have estimated that in order to meet the goals of avoiding 2 degrees Celsius of warming, the US will need to achieve a national 100% clean future of net zero emissions by 2050, if not earlier. Wind power in the oceans should be a significant component of the American economic adaptation to a climate-ready future. And so my question for both of our panelists today to start this off is, as the senator mentioned, the American Wind Energy Association has estimated that offshore wind industry could invest up to $57 billion in the US economy and support up to 83,000 jobs by 2030, with so many economic and environmental benefits, including savings to consumers, creating jobs, and lowering greenhouse gases. What do you see as the largest barrier to sizable offshore wind expansion in the US? Jim, we'll go to you first.
Okay. Those are very impressive numbers that have come out of the OEA study, and it gives you an indication of the reason why people think offshore wind is going to be a very big player, and people are investing in it accordingly. I'm very optimistic. I do think that with any industry, a startup industry where we put a regulatory program together in 3 or 4 years, and we're getting off the ground, there's going to be bumps and there's going to be some delays. But I'm very optimistic about what is in store for the future. And as far as what what keeps us, what might be the biggest stumbling block I think it all hinges on the economics, and the economics is very, very good. The technology is in place, the wind resource is in place, the markets are in place, especially in the Northeast. So unless the economy were to turn south in a way that doesn't allow for a comeback, I'm very optimistic over the course of the decade that we're going to get a strong foothold in offshore wind for the country.
Thanks. Senator, do you have anything to add on what you think the largest barriers are to U.S. expansion?
Well, I think one of the things that is extremely important with the whole clean energy sector, whether you're talking about offshore wind, solar, geothermal, there's a whole range of issues that we could talk about. But behind the scenes, in a very quiet way, in state house after state house throughout the country, it's the oil and gas industry that are trying to slow the process down. And so political leadership is going to be crucial at the state level, in governor's offices, in legislatures, even in local offices, and of course, all the way up to Washington, because we need the political will. As it's just been stated, all of the other things are really in place today, and the numbers that we're seeing, in particular, when you add some of the, in the Northeast, and when you add, Canadian hydro and some other technology combined with these offshore wind, companies. From an economic development perspective, it's there. I mean, it's very competitive. Actually, many of the projects are coming in below the fossil fuel competitors. Mm-hmm. So I say political will, number one, the technology's there, but we also have to have a consistent framework that everybody understands will be there going forward, that will allow the competition between the fossil fuel sector and the renewable energy sector to be fair, not with one being subsidized and the other not being. So those are very important.
That's a really great point. And speaking of the competition between the energy sector, the renewable energy sector, and the oil and gas sector, one of our audience questions is that there are approximately 1.4 million US jobs in the oil industry. What plan, if any, is there in place to retrain oil workers into renewable energy jobs such as wind power? Is there any federal or state programs on that?
Well, we have in some of the legislation we did in Massachusetts, we have job training programs for the wind sector. And the interesting thing is, when you look at the transition from a lot of folks that are working in the oil and gas industry, there are a lot of skills that are very transferable right into the offshore wind sector. And we were talking about 83,000 jobs just with some of the projects that we're talking about. But if you look at the clean energy sector in general, you're talking over 10 million jobs throughout the US in terms of the clean energy sector, if we grab a hold of this industry and move forward. So yeah, there's job training programs going on that will move forward. And as we come out of this COVID-19 crisis, and we're going to try to get our economy going again, there's no better way than to embrace this clean energy future, the infrastructure that needs to be done. If you ever do a transportation bond at the federal level, for example, and include a lot of the clean energy sector provisions, we could actually have a New Deal type of investment policy that could create millions and millions of new jobs in America, lower greenhouse gases, and have a better healthcare outcome for American families.
Thank you very much, Senator. This next question from another audience member kind of goes at one of the slides you showed, Jim, of the various different offshore energy developments on both coasts. They asked why there seems to be such a big difference in wind projects and offshore renewable energy projects between the West Coast and the East Coast. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure, that's a really excellent question, and there's a couple of reasons for it. One is technology, one is environment, and actually a third reason is the economics, the markets that are available. To start with, the East Coast has a very shallow sloping shelf that goes out to sea for quite a ways, and that is the kind of environment that globally offshore wind has developed in. Bottom-founded monopiles and jackets directly in shallow water, like the ones in Rhode Island. The West Coast, the shelf drops off dramatically as soon as you move offshore. And for that reason, they have to move to a floating wind technology. And floating wind technology is not as far along as it is as the bottom-founded technology has been. But the West Coast has been making very, very steady and positive strides forward, and looks to have a lease sale potentially within the next year or two. But it is a few years behind. The markets are stronger on the East Coast. And like I said, the technology is coming along. So yeah, it's just like our East Coast has been trailing the Europeans by a bit. The West Coast is trailing the East Coast by a little bit, but it's moving along very steadily and it's very, very promising.
Thanks very much, Jim. Our next question from another audience member: Alaska has a lot of stranded wind resources. What legislative changes are needed to encourage development of the enormous Class 6 and 7 resources offshore in Alaska?
Are you asking me? If you're asking me, I will respond quite simply that I don't think a legislative change is going to alter some of the fundamentals. And the fundamentals are that the markets are not up in Alaska the way they are in the lower 48. The wind resource is huge, but there's also a tremendous land resource too. Unlike the East Coast, where there's little to no land to develop wind farms, there's plenty of land up in Alaska, just as there is in East Texas and Valley out in California. So I'm not sure a simple legislative change would make that different for Alaska. I think we need to focus on the environments and the locations where we have the greatest possibilities, and that is indeed offshore on the East Coast and on the West Coast.
Changing gears a little bit, a question I open up to both of our panelists. How do you think conflicts with other ocean stakeholders, such as fishing and maritime industries and the Navy, can be avoided or best mitigated?
Well, I would say we have, obviously to avoid those problems, I think you're going to try to get everybody at the table from the beginning. That, in my experience so far, that has been part of the problem, because when I've gone to Europe, out to the UK, other places where this industry has been developed, the relationships and the communication are extraordinary, and everything has been able to coexist because they have worked together and planned it. And that's what we need to do here. The state-federal relationship hopefully will be good, and so far it's been really good between Mr. Bennett and I, at least as part of this program. But that is that's so important, because if we look at the federal relationship with and it goes back many administrations, so it's not just about this administration, but you look at the federal government and how oil and gas has been looked at in terms of ocean development compared to which in some of the newer regulations are basically exempt. And this industry, going through a lot of hurdles to prove that we will be okay with coexisting with all the other interests in the ocean. I think, the science will show that we can coexist, we can do it. Now it's a matter of, expediting it, getting it done as quickly as possible so we can get these jobs going as quickly as possible. But it comes down to communication and everybody sharing the science so that we can be doing the right thing for the right reasons and have the right outcomes.
Jim, do you have anything to add on working with various stakeholders?
Yes, I completely agree with the senator's remarks, and the idea of communication and early and often is, I think, critical. There's no getting away from the possibility for conflicts or perceived conflicts, and there's no getting away from the fact that there's a need for identification of appropriate mitigation, and there's a need to identify how multiple industries like wind and like commercial fishing can be accommodated. And that can only happen when there's a healthy dialogue between the two industries on an ongoing basis. And I think we've had some bumps in the process, but we're developing that dialogue and we're moving forward on that basis.
Bennett, you worked on Cape Wind, and Senator, you worked in the same region during the development of that project. What are the lessons that you think we could have learned from Cape, and how do you think they could inform future projects?
Well, again, I think from my perspective, the federal action that took place, where we actually designated offshore wind sectors where we could do the leasing, and the regulatory process and the framework was there to do it, that made all the difference in the world. Mm-hmm. Cape Wind was trying to move forward without a regulatory process in place with the federal or state government. So they were basically making law as they were going along through court cases. And of course, that was going to be immensely costly, mm-hmm. In terms of the viability of a project going forward. So I think the framework of development as we're going forward, anybody that's thinking about offshore wind out there, or even, it doesn't have to be offshore wind, land-based wind, any type of renewable energy source, any type of project, you really have to put in place a regulatory framework and a plan, and to just go over the things that we did in Massachusetts. Other states may choose to do it slightly differently, but that communication and working with everybody from the executive branch, the legislative branch, the regulatory agencies, all together will be what makes something work. It's to developing the policies that, when they're implemented, will provide the outcomes that you're seeking at the end of the day. Because when we look at it from a public health perspective, anybody that cares about the oceans really care about ocean acidification. Mm-hmm. The ability for us to still have fishing, the ability for us to still have a healthy ocean at the end of the day. Those are all things that we need to have. Mm-hmm. But if we offshore wind, realize that offshore wind will drastically reduce emissions, the same emissions that are causing ocean acidification. So we can all get on the same page. It's just about working together to get there.
Thanks so much, Senator. Jane, do you have any last lessons learned or thoughts as we conclude our section on offshore renewable energy?
Sure. I just want to mention I agree with the senator with regard to Cape Wind. It was a project that was thrust upon us, but there was a lot of good that came out of it in that it kickstarted the wind industry. It forced us to examine what kind of a regulatory program needed to be in place. What about issues of who the stakeholders are, the states, the Indian tribes, and how are they involved in the process, and how do we address issues like historic preservation, which would never been an issue for us before. All of those things led to a regulatory regime that's in place now, and we are moving forward with many projects, and we have a lot of that process is indeed built upon the lessons we've learned from Cape Wind, and we're continuing to learn as we go through each of these processes and each of these projects on an ongoing basis. So again, I think we're all very optimistic about what offshore wind holds for the country over the course, particularly of the next decade.
Awesome. Well, I think that's all the time we had for this session, but thank you both for being on this panel with me. It was a pleasure. I hope everybody listening in at home is also enjoyed their time, and that you're staying home, staying safe, staying healthy.
Yeah, and thank you all. I just want to mention one quick thing. There was a comment there on the about subsidies for wind, and I just want to be clear as an economist here. The wind, those low prices that Senator Pacheco was mentioning, and Jim, those are without subsidies. So wind is economic right now, and so we don't have to worry about COVID reducing, federal government support for the wind industry. The wind industry can compete now. And,
Exactly. Yeah.
And so, Jim, do you want to say one last 30-second on that?
Oh, me again?
Oh, sorry. You just seem to be kind of itching it there.
No, I think that's absolutely correct. I mean, we have a project, the South Fork project, which we always thought of as a Rhode Island project, competed straight up with other sources of energy in Long Island and won. And we've got a project now that's providing energy, or will be providing energy to Long Island on a straight up competitive basis. And that's critically important. And I think that's one of the additional reasons for optimism as far as the wind industry is concerned.
Great. So we'll end it on that optimistic note there. We have to take our next 10-minute break here, in which we'll take the final session on shipping and ports. And again, thank you, Senator Pacheco, Jim, and Ali.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ali. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back to the last session. Welcome back to Ocean Climate Action Webinar. This is our last session on the ocean climate. A link to shipping and ports, and this isn't only, and this will be followed by some concluding remarks by myself and Jason, but quite frankly, this isn't just our last session. I think shipping and ports is also kind of the last thing on people's minds generally. Even coastal residents and marine conservationists tend to forget that that over 90% of world trade is carried out by ship. When I was writing my book, The Golden Shore, I had the ports of call chapter, and I was talking to the security chief at the Maersk terminal in Port of Long Beach, and he was telling me he's a surfer and he lived there his whole life and hadn't thought about the port until he got a job there. As I say, container ships, tankers, bulk carriers, they're moving the world's goods, and most of them are burning bunker fuel, which is the dregs of the petroleum process. The UN's International Maritime Organization aims to reduce ship emissions 50% by 2050, but science tells us that has to be 100%. And when you talk about 100% in the next 30 years, and you look at an industry that involves, long-term development with shipyards and retrofitting vessels, this is a very narrow envelope you're looking at. It's like aviation. It's a huge challenge, but it's one the world has to meet. And and of course, every ship comes into a port. If, as you say, if you have anything in your closet or kitchen or anywhere in the house made in China, odds are 50-50 that they come over the docks in the San Pedro port complex of LA Long Beach, the largest port complex in the Western Hemisphere. And it wasn't that long ago, just over a decade, that largely as a result of lawsuits from fence line communities, low-income communities of color, lawsuits against that port inspired the beginnings with Geraldine Natz as the first marine biologist to run a port of LA, and she got together with the commissioners from the Port of Long Beach, and they began, really, I'd say, the birth of the greening ports movement, to decarbonize ports, to clean the water and the air, and just totally radically alter the intermodal transport system between ships, ports, and consumers. And that influence is now spread near and far, including the Port of San Diego. Again, huge challenges, balancing the laws and what's needed in terms of law and regulation between that public-private balance between ports and shipping companies. Let's just start on the shipping side. John Downey's president of the Americas division of Hurtigruten. It's been labeled the world's greenest cruise line and become actually a leading innovator in ship design and propulsion. So welcome aboard, John.
There we go. Now I'm unmuted. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate you inviting me here. I'm excited to be a part of this summit. And it's really, really critical to the world going forward as it relates to commercial and industry operations around the world in terms of what its impact will be on sustainability going forward. I wanted to share my screen so you guys could follow along a little bit. All right. So as David mentioned, my name is John Downey. I'm the president for Hurtigruten Americas. And I'm here today because I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're contributing and leading the way from a sustainability perspective. I'll give you a little bit of an intro on Hurtigruten and how it came to be and where we operate in the world today. And then we'll talk about our sustainability measures going forward. So we started in 1893 on the Norwegian coast, the west coast of Norway. And if you don't know it, it's very mountainous and it's obviously right along the sea. It's some of the most challenging waters in the world to sail in. And one of the reasons why we came to be 127 years ago is it was much more efficient for the people of Norway to travel up and down the length of Norway on the coast. And so we started as a mail freight and people ferrying service up and down the Norwegian coast. And as we started sailing over the next 100 years, we discovered a number of things as it relates to the environment. First, obviously, the north end of Norway in the sea is heavily ice laden. There are challenging waters to sail in. And so we became experts in sailing in polar conditions. Another thing we noticed, we were one of the first kind of operators to notice the impact that the Industrial Revolution in the 1900s and kind of the ensuing industrial development happened over the rest of that century, the impact it had on the Arctic waters, on the environment, and how the polar caps were melting. So we were the first operator really experienced that, and it developed a deep appreciation and need to drive and lead in this area to make sure we're having as little impact on the environment as possible. So as we kind of moved into the later part of the 1900s, we decided, given our experience sailing in the Arctic waters, we wanted to go try our hand down in the Antarctic waters. And so we sailed in the 90s down to Antarctica. Since then, we've become the leading provider of cruise operations in Antarctica. We're also the largest expedition cruise operator in the world. And you have to think about things a bit differently. Forget what you know about cruising in general. We're very different than kind of the white ships that carry upwards of 5,000 to 6,000 passengers in different destinations like the Caribbean. We have chosen to sail to the most remote destinations in the world and provide our guests with this incredible experience in areas that you wouldn't otherwise get to see and otherwise aren't accessible very easily other than by water. And so we sail, in addition to Antarctica, we sail to areas like Svalbard, which is a territory north of Norway. We sail to over the top of Canada. It's called the Northwest Passage, and it's probably the most challenging cruise itinerary on Earth. We do the Patagonian coast, and we're expanding our itineraries every single year and introducing more and challenging experiences for our customers. We also choose to do things differently. We build custom expedition-focused ships. They're about 500 people. The reason we do that is A, it allows us to get into the environments of the destinations that we've chosen, but it also allows us to lead on the sustainability as well as the community interaction that we have with the destinations we sail into. We have a far smaller impact on the environment around us with the ships that we use. And we've designed a lot of different technologies into that to support that. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. One thing that's obviously one of the main reasons why we're here today is to talk about how we have an impact as an industry on the environment and the earth and the communities around us. This is not a picture you'll see on a cruise brochure. It's ugly. We recognize it's ugly. The cruise industry and the shipping industry has a huge impact on the environment in both air particulates and the pollution we contribute to that, as well as fuel consumption for all the cruises we do around the world. There are a number of different things that cruise operators and shipping operators could do to improve that. We're not seeing movement fast enough in that area. We're also not seeing big enough changes in that area. David had mentioned bunker fuel, also known as heavy fuel oil. It is the predominant fuel used, diesel fuel used in large ships across the world. The main reason it's used is because it's a lower cost alternative to some other approaches. Much of the cruise industry right now is taking the approach of using heavy fuel oil because it's lower cost, and then building in things like smokestack scrubbers to reduce the pollution levels that they're emitting down to the regulations that have been set. The problem that comes along with that is when you implement a scrubber, the pollution is just captured in the scrubber stacks, the scrubbers, and that still has to be dealt with. And often it's dumped in the ocean. And so what ends up happening is the pollution just gets transferred from the air to the ocean. And that obviously isn't the right end benefit. And so we have advocated for a number of changes to address this. I was on a panel last year along kind of the same topic, and there's a lot of debate about what are the right combination of technologies to reduce your impact on the environment. We have chosen to take every possible step in every technological area we have available to us to get to where we think we need to be today from a sustainability perspective. The first decision that we made, and we made it over a decade ago, and this is something that every other cruise and shipping operator could make a decision on right now with no technology limitations, is to switch to marine gas oil. We switched over a decade ago. What that means is that the starting point for emissions is much, much lower. We already comply with many of the regulations around the world from an emissions perspective. It doesn't require us to install scrubbers on our smokestacks, which means that the emissions don't have to be dealt with otherwise. And every cruise operator could do that right now, but they don't because it's a cost impact. But we didn't stop there. A couple years ago, we floated the idea of building a hybrid electric ship. We were laughed at, quite honestly. Many of the operators around the world thought that it was a crazy idea, that it was completely impossible at the time. And we didn't accept the answer of no. We decided to actually go develop it ourselves. And so the way we approached it, we developed a completely new propulsion technology that combines both diesel engines with electric battery power. We launched it in our MS Roald Amundsen last year as the world's first hybrid electric ship, cruise ship. And we launched our second hybrid electric ship this year, Fridtjof Nansen. And the way it works, the way I've described or explained this to most people is it works similar to a hybrid electric car. As you're accelerating onto the highway, you're burning more fuel than you normally would, and more fuel than you would once you get to kind of highway speeds. And it's that period where you're burning extra fuel and you're emitting more particulates into the air. And we wanted to, at least as a starting point, solve for that problem. So what happens is, as we are accelerating the ship, or as we are turning on things like the bow thrusters, if you're familiar with that, to move through the ice, we're consuming more power less efficiently than we would normally if we were just running at a run rate speed from a cruising perspective. And what we can do in those circumstances is actually turn on electric power and switch to that during the less efficient period of engine power and choose not to turn on one of our extra engines. What this ultimately means is that we actually reduce our emissions by 20%, and we also reduce our fuel consumption by 20%. It's a huge, huge impact beyond just choosing to go with marine gas oil. But we didn't stop there. We did the largest biofuel contract in the world last year, and we are building in biofuel into as a propulsion technology on the Norwegian coast right now, and plan to extend that further as infrastructure is built out around that. We'll be incorporating liquid natural gas into our ships as well, where there is infrastructure to support that. And we are doing many other things on the ships to conserve both energy in terms of recirculating hot water to heat the ships, and also around water filtration, which I'll talk about in a second. Another thing that we're adding on top of the propulsion technology that we've developed is we're making decisions on our supply chain that reduce the impact to the environment. We were the first cruise operator to go single-use plastic-free on our ships. It's across every single ship that we have. We're very proud of this fact, and very few have followed suit at this point. If you've ever been to Antarctica, you'll find plastic straws on the shores. Doesn't seem like a very obvious place to find a plastic straw, but that's how far the refuse floats to across the world when it's dumped in the ocean. So we've done that. We also are very cognizant about food waste. We have designed our food program to minimize food waste while still delivering a great experience to our customers. To give you an example, we actually have designed our buffets in a way that are actually single use. So basically you come up and serve yourself a single portion of food, but it's done in buffet style. So it gives you the same operational approach that you would find in a normal buffet, but we eliminate much of the food waste that you typically get with buffets. On top of that, we're also doing very aggressive technology development and wastewater treatment. We have built in some of the most advanced wastewater treatment systems into the Amundsen and the Nansen. And while I wouldn't recommend the flavor or the taste of the water, after we go through the treatment process, you, in theory, could actually drink the water yourself. So That's how clean it is. And obviously we don't advocate for dumping. That's a terrible practice. And we know that some other cruise operators have chosen to do that. But we've designed our ships to be completely self-sustainable through all of our cruises. So it's not dumped in the wrong places. We're really inspired by a number of different groups of people that we interact with. First, we're really inspired by our crew. In fact, the single-use plastic ban came from our crew. It was an idea that came from our crew in Arica. And we're really proud of that fact because that's how much we live and breathe improvement to sustainability across the world. We're also really inspired by our guests. They join us in beach cleanups down in Antarctica, up in Svalbard, all the way around the world to make sure that we're leaving every single environment that we join better off than when we got there. We also are inspired by our communities. One of the things that we also focus on is improving community engagement into the environments that we sail into. A lot of communities around the world, and you've seen things in Barcelona as well as Venice, are getting very frustrated by cruise operations because of the amount of people that are coming into those environments. It's just as important to the environment, or sorry, the way we treat our communities is just as important as we do to the environment. And so we're very, very, very conscious about how we impact each of those communities that we sail into. To finish off, I mean, this is a critical topic. It's critical both because it's the right thing to do for the Earth and the environment and all of its inhabitants, including the animals that we share the Earth with. But it's also really critical for the cruise industry because if we don't make these changes, there won't be anywhere to sail to. And so there's a selfish and an unselfish reason to do this. And we're very proud of the fact that we're leading the way, but we really, really want all the cruise and shipping operators out there to join us in pushing as far as they possibly can in reducing their impact on the environment going forward. And with that, I really appreciate you guys inviting me to join you all today. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion later.
Thank you, John.
Absolutely.
Go straight to, there we go. Again, thank you, John. And I'm going to go straight to Jason Giffen, who's Vice President for Planning, Environment, and Government Relations for the Port of San Diego, my old stomping ground. And I believe he'll be joined, or Paula Sylvia will be standing by to help answer questions. She's the port manager for aquaculture and blue technology. But Jason, thank you for joining us.
Great. Thank you very much, David, and everybody, and thanks for that inspiring presentation as well, John. First off, I just want to say, as an alum of the Middlebury Institute's International Environmental Policy Program, thank you, Jason. It's good to be reunited a couple decades later with people at the Institute. And today I'm very excited to talk about some of the Port of San Diego's blue solutions for climate action planning. In the port industry, we often say, if you've seen one port, you've seen one port. David did a good job of explaining some of the fundamental foundational maritime practices and industries that are unique to ports. And I'm going to cover a little bit of that as we go through our presentation. So if we just go to the next slide, and our Sea Grant fellow Madeline's going to be helping out with this. About 4 years ago, it was interesting because we in San Diego, as well as some other key cities around the world, were featured as a part of a National Geographic Channel focus on world smart cities. And there's a quote here from Andrew Evans that port cities all over the world have been a step ahead because of their interchange between people, culture, and ideas. And that still really holds true today. And so as we go to the next slide, I'm going to be demonstrating throughout the portion of this, my portion of today's seminar, the role that ports play. Specifically, I'm going to share a little bit about the story of the Port of San Diego and what we're doing as we continue on this journey together. First, I just want to start out with a little bit of background, just for a lay of the land. If you go to the next slide, Madeline. The Port of San Diego's jurisdiction includes state tidelands for the state of California. Includes both submerged tidelands shown here in blue, as well as what we call unsubmerged tidelands shown in orange. Our jurisdiction and what we are is a unified port. Our jurisdiction spans 5 member cities, a little bit different than some other ports that are really nested within a large city, and that includes San Diego National City, Chula Vista, Imperial Beach, and Coronado, and covers over 14,000 acres and over 34 miles of waterfront or coastline around San Diego Bay. And the other 17 predominantly lies with the federal government. And most of that is in and around installations related to naval base operations. As we transition to talk a little bit about our legislative framework, this is really the three legs of the stool for the Port of San Diego. The first of which is our Port Act, which is our governing legislation that created the port in 1962, and it's really essential, and gives us our license to function essentially as a port. And it's unique because with that we wear many hats. We, as a grantee of state public lands, we're both a landlord, an operator, a regulator, and an environmental steward. And as a companion to that, we are required to implement, and we're responsible for implementing the public trust doctrine, which gives us broad responsibilities in terms of promoting navigation, commerce, fisheries, recreation, environmental stewardship, and many of those topics we've covered today. And then finally, any work in and around the coast in California has a lot of different perspectives, and clearly with the passage of the Coastal Act in 1976, there's very little development or activity that takes place in the California coast without going through and making sure that we're doing things that are in alignment with the California Coastal Act. So with that as a background, I just want to give you a high-level overview of some of the things we do at the Port of San Diego, because David pointed out maritime, but we do so much more. First, on the maritime, our main business is refrigerated cargo, break bulk. Basically what that is items that don't fit into a container. It was interesting, we had the wind energy presentation a little bit earlier, and we bring in many of those windmill parts for the Central Valley and other parts of the Western United States. And 1 in 10 cars imported actually comes in through the Port of San Diego. In addition to that, we have a variety of different uses: public piers, museums, hotels, parks, lots of public artwork to make the coastal access interesting. And if you've come to San Diego, hopefully you've had a chance to dine at one of our many restaurants that's hosted by one of over 800 tenants for which we have relationships with the Port of San Diego. So with that as a little bit of a background, in addition to the governing legislation I pointed out, we're doing a lot in terms of greening the Port of San Diego and really focusing, in addition to green solutions, blue solutions. And some of those are grounded in plans and policies that we have either developed or in the process of developing at the Port of San Diego. We have completed our required sea level rise and vulnerability assessment pursuant to an assembly bill here in California, 691, that required grantees of public lands to start looking at that. And it was very similar to the presentation that Elizabeth Wheaton gave this morning. We also have a unique partnership where we partnered with the California State Lands Commission to talk to various communities of interest and develop a preliminary assessment for how we may be thinking about ocean planning offshore. We have an integrated natural resource management plan shown in the center of the page here, and that is a partnership between the port and the U.S. Navy. All U.S. naval installations are required to have natural resource management plans, and we're proud to say we're the only joint program where we manage together with the Navy San Diego Bay. Two programs I want to focus on more closely, though, as it relates to this seminar. If we go to the next slide, in 2013, we're one of the first ports in the nation to complete a climate action plan. And when we look at that climate action plan, obviously, most of our emissions come from the transportation sector and the energy sector. Our goals are pretty ambitious. They're in alignment with the state of California's to reduce our emissions commensurately with goals set for both 2030 and then more aspirational goals in 2050. We're working on adjusting what those target reductions will be moving into the future. As we transition, though, to give you some tangible examples, similar to the cruise ship industry, here when we look at our landside operations, we were one of the first ports to implement shore power. So when a cruise ship is at berth, to be able to plug in, and instead of running the diesel generators, to be able to plug right into the grid. So we've done that. We've implemented the first plug at one of our cruise ship terminals. We have 3 berths here in San Diego. And so over the next several years, we'll be looking to transition to have shore power for all our cruise ship terminals. Another one of our anchor tenants is Dole Fresh Fruit, and they also have shore power for their refrigerated cargo. And in addition to that, we're beginning to start doing some very innovative pre-commercial pilots where we're piloting with companies to actually create a truck fleet that's electric, to be able to do short haul trucking between our 2 terminals of National City and 10th Avenue. So if we keep moving along here, one big project we're very proud of, we've done a lot of work. This is an overview of our 10th Avenue Marine Terminal, where we bring in refrigerated cargo, break bulk, basically things, large pieces of equipment that don't fit in boxes, as well as other commodities like sugar. Most of our activities for them come from South America, as well as the auto industry. We get a lot of imports across from Asia. When we look at this, we're putting tens of millions of dollars into the 10th Avenue Marine Terminal, where we are focusing on improving efficiency and resiliency when it comes to power generation. We have a $6 million grant we're partnering with the California Energy Commission on to create a microgrid, which will be able to help the port manage its electricity on the terminal. Will be powered by solar panels. And when we start looking at the overall benefits of a microgrid, not only is it green and good for the environment, but we're also able to reduce through solar power on site 60% of our electrical expenses. So right there, they're the types of win-wins that ports from a business perspective are always looking to capitalize on. As we go to the next slide, I just want to pause. We have, like many cities and counties, a plan for how we manage our land uses around San Diego Bay. We've had a port master plan in alignment with the California Coastal Act since the early 80s. But we've never done a comprehensive update, and we've made piecemeal amendments along the way. So now we're on a 7-year journey to update our port master plan. And what you see by this slide is a triple bottom line approach to our port master plan, looking at economics, ecology, as well as social issues. And one point David pointed out was related to disadvantaged communities and environmental justice. One portion I want to just highlight very briefly is that we're really focusing on what we can do to be good neighbors and a green port moving into the future, based on the fact that we have some disadvantaged communities right next to our marine terminals like Barrio Logan, West National City, Sherman Heights, and others. And about a year or 2 ago, there was an assembly bill in California that was passed, AB 617, that picked 10 communities in California, and one of those was adjacent to the Port of San Diego. We refer to these communities as our portside communities. So we're going to be focusing on air monitoring and deploying some specific strategies similar to the electrification ones I mentioned above. But when you look at maritime emissions, we have issues with nitrous oxides and particulate matter. So we're also looking at not just electrification, but as we transition, we may be pursuing technologies like a bonnet, for example, for putting on ships that may not have the capacity or may not be electrified yet. We have a wide portfolio of vessels that come to the Port of San Diego. Moving on to the next topic, San Diego Bay is home to many different coastal and marine habitats and environments which provide valuable natural resources. And we have turned to these habitats to develop some of our natural climate solutions here in San Diego Bay. And by enhancing these areas, we're not just improving the marine environment, but we're also providing mitigation for future port expansion and port development, which ultimately helps support the regional economy. When we look at this slide here, for example, coastal wetlands can provide, as you all know, some of the most effective natural solutions for carbon capture, and salt marsh and eelgrass habitats, of which San Diego Bay has 15% of all the eelgrass in California. We're looking at how we can use that to actively preserve and restore salt marsh and eelgrass habitat within San Diego Bay. One project we're very proud of is focusing on restoring one of our old salt ponds in the south end of the bay. At the middle of the 18th century, there was very large salt, industrial salt operations. And here is an aerial photograph of an area we affectionately call Pond 20 towards the south. In the distance there, you can actually see the Tijuana River Valley, which has many of its own unique environmental issues that the Port of San Diego is helping to restore and improve. But when we look at what we were going to be doing with Pond 20, we look at the opportunity for restoring it from the photo you saw before to a vibrant coastal wetland area where we believe we can almost double the carbon sequestration in that area over the next 80 years or so. If we go to the next slide, this is something all ports are very proud of, but we see ports really as being catalysts for the blue economy. We have a lot of traditional industries like shipyards and boat yards. We have 3 big shipbuilders in San Diego Bay. We've heard a little bit about the cruise industry. We support, with our cruise ship terminal, we support cruise as well as cargo, and a lot of coastal development as shown by those uses. But what I'd like to focus on is there are a variety of emerging industries that we're trying to promote through our Blue Economy Incubator. I mentioned the Port Act early on, but with that, our bread and butter are public-private partnerships. We're a non-taxing entity, so we were trying to figure out a creative way that we could support emerging industries in and around the blue economy. And we did so by basically investing in companies. If you go to the next slide, Madeline, in 2015, we established a Blue Economy Incubator, which really focused on promoting aquaculture and blue technology programs. And through that, we have had over 150 inquiries, and we've actually received 85 applications. And what's shown on this slide is we've ultimately entered into 8 partnerships so far and counting. And as you can see here, we've built a pretty diverse portfolio of different uses and companies that we're partnering with around San Diego Bay. About 50% of these proposals focus on remediation technologies, with a quarter on aquaculture, and with the remainder split between technology and innovation. And I just want to point out that our board really wanted to make sure that we continue to support established industries while at the same time support emerging industries as a way to diversify our portfolio and bring additional revenue into the Port of San Diego. Then we can reinvest back into the tidelands and in alignment with our mission. I was saying, I didn't quite finish saying this earlier, but we invest and partner with these companies by basically taking a royalty position, very similar to how we set up our lease agreements with one of our 800 tenants. I just want to focus specifically on 2 of these unique programs, one of which is with a new startup company started by 2 young marine biologists called Sunken Seaweed. And here you can see both Leslie and Tori showing the fruits of their labor as we're beginning to test and growing seaweed and algae on spools in San Diego Bay, which hasn't been done for a long time. That we used to do kelp harvesting, in fact, but we've never done seaweed aquaculture quite like this. So we've started this program in 2018. And what you can see by this photograph is taking the example of sunken seaweed and looking at what is the art of the possible. This graphic here shows some ideas that the Port of San Diego and other regional stakeholders are aspiring to deploy in and around San Diego Bay, which we call 3D ocean farming. This kind of ocean farming provides a whole raft of benefits, both economic as well as natural and social. And you can see some of the benefits listed on the right-hand side of this slide. Pivoting over to something that I'm personally very excited about is a company we've partnered with called eConcrete, an Israeli company that's looking at how they can develop infrastructure solutions based on concrete tide pools, which are biologically suited to support both natural marine flora and fauna, while also preserving the functional and structural infrastructure and assets at the port. Just the way I look at this is, just imagine if all the riprap we see all around ports and harbors or in California was able to be replaced by these types of tidelands. Quite remarkable. So we're looking at an interlocking tide pool complex here where we can test how that could replace traditional riprap. recruit marine life, while at the same time providing public access. And here's an example of where we're going to deploy those pilots. Next slide, please. The fourth and final part of our presentation that I just want to touch on globally is, although this is the port story, we have to continue to do this together. So when we start thinking about it, we want to think globally, plan regionally, and also act locally. What this is an exhibit from a group called Startup Wharf that shows all of the different stakeholders and startup companies that are beginning to be more involved in the global community. You can see the Port of San Diego at the bottom, but bringing it back a little bit more regionally to San Diego and California, we've been focusing primarily on developing our community of interest and partnerships in the Southern California Bight. And some of our closest partners you can see on this slide. And then bringing it home, I've mentioned some of these players already, but when we look at this slide, there's a whole host of nonprofits, academic institutions, government agencies, industries, as well as business partners that we're partnering with to focus on how we can advance blue solutions. An example that I'd like to point out is we have the Port of San Diego has an MOU with the US Navy to focus and share information in and around planning for coastal flooding and sea level rise. And we're also partnering with them to deploy some of our blue economy projects. And here you can see that locally, it takes a lot of industry as well as business and government employees and nonprofits to really move the dial. And in the center there is a picture of our own Flopsy. Oh, that's okay. You can go to the next slide, Madeline. So just wrapping up, that first line here, one bay, rich diversity, is our vision for our port master plan. So when you then take that on a global scale, we really have one blue planet, and together we can create even richer diversity. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to David.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. I'm going to now turn it over to our moderator, Marcy Keever, who is the longtime colleague, director of Ocean and Vessels Programs, as well as legal director for Friends of the Earth, who's going to sort of reflect on our previous speakers, ask them some questions, and take your questions as well on this last Q&A period.
Thank you, David, and thank you, John and Jason, for your presentations. I really appreciate the view both from the ocean and from the shoreside part of the shipping industry. And I direct the Oceans and Vessels Program at Friends of the Earth, and we have been, taking a look at this for more than a decade. And I have a couple of questions before we turn to folks who are joining us online. We heard a bit about both efforts on the shore side and efforts from the shipping industry. And I'm wondering if, first, if John, you can speak a bit to the efforts with regard to electrification, both from your ships. You talked a bit about batteries, and also if there are efforts, I know it's difficult, especially where your ships go, to have infrastructure available to plug into shore-based power. But that's been something that, depending on the company, has been a big commitment, and or cruise companies in particular, have turned away from that technology. And we and others believe that's really important for those shoreside communities to have as a benefit, depending on the infrastructure, if it's available. And so if maybe you could speak a bit more to those efforts when it comes to electrification. I think we need you off mute, John.
Unmute, please.
Sorry about that. Yeah, great question. And it also applies to infrastructure for liquid natural gas and for biofuel as well. And you'll hear a lot of kind of cruise operators that are switching to liquid natural gas talk about how there's limited infrastructure in place. So all of these things need to happen, and they all have to be done in partnership with the ports around the world. So for larger cruise operators, that's obviously something that they have to work with ports like Barcelona and many ports across the world. But For us specifically, it depends on which which technology you're talking about. To address your question directly from an electricity standpoint, we definitely advocate for more electrification of ports around the world. But as you pointed out, we sail into many areas of the world that don't have traditional port infrastructure. In fact, we often anchor out at sea when we get into a destination, and then drop into that destination using less impactful tender boats. And so the way our ship design works from a hybrid electric standpoint is that we actually are able to recharge our electric motors, the battery pack using diesel power when we're running on a more efficient propulsion profile. So what I mean by that is if we're cruising at an efficient speed and we're not accelerating at that point in time, similar to a Prius or a hybrid electric automobile engine, the electric batteries are recharged. So there's no need for port electrification to support the technology that we offer. And it's not really, it's not so much of an excuse if you don't want to, and if you're saying you can't incorporate hybrid electric power on your ship because there's no port electrification. But that said, it's a better way to port because you're not emitting particulates into the air if you are hooked up to electric power. And if you don't have that capability, then obviously you're burning fuel, which you don't want to do, and you're impacting emissions. So hopefully that addressed most of your question there.
No, thank you. And I guess follow-up would be quickly, what is your company doing to address things like the life cycle emissions of liquid natural gas, since you mentioned that is one of the technologies you're adopting to reduce your carbon footprint? It's still,
the harvest. Yeah, the harvesting process right now, it does have an impact. It's one of the reasons why it's not our core strategy long term, and it's why we chose to go hybrid electric and not pin all of our emissions and fuel reduction on liquid natural gas. Yes, it reduces emissions, but on the harvesting process, it actually increases emissions. So in reality, it's not a net reducer. It is one technology that we will be employing to help reduce emissions where there is infrastructure, but it's not our end state. Our end state would be to go to emissions free. The technology is not there today. There's a lot of research being done in hydrogen power, but we don't have, there are no propulsion technologies and there are no hydrogen infrastructure systems that support that right now, but we are investing time and energy in that space and researching as much as we can to bring that type of technology or other technologies available to get to carbon neutral. So, and I might point out, biofuel is 100%, if we can get the infrastructure put in place, which we're working hard to do, that one is 100% carbon neutral, and the technology exists today. So that's why we're employing a multitude of technologies to address that.
Thank you. And I'm turning to Jason and ask a similar question. The West Coast ports, San Diego included, have done a really great job in adopting electrification and moving towards lower emissions, especially CO2 at various ports. It's obvious from the politics of the West Coast states, but also for air emissions reasons, because of course all of our air emissions go onshore, impact our communities, and it seems to be East Coast ports don't seem to be those early adopters. And so what is your port doing to really encourage other ports, both in the US and around the world, to adopt things like electrification? I'm encouraged to hear that San Diego is looking at more electrification, because it felt like for a while there's been sort of, we got things installed and there's, kind of flattened off, right? And so I think there's been a push from the state to do more shore power. And get the industry to adopt that across the board, whether it's cruise or other cargo and tanker vessels. And then what is your port trying to do, if possible, to really encourage other ports in the Gulf on the East Coast to adopt electrification as a strategy to reduce CO2 emissions?
Sure, thank you for that question. So yes, California is doing a lot to keep moving towards modernization and efficiency. It's being led in California by the Air Resources Board, but also by the California Energy Commission. I think it's very unique that, led by Commissioner Janaea Scott, we've got a California Energy Commission Ports Collaborative, where all of the ports, the 11 commercial ports in California, get together and we share different ideas. We wouldn't have been able to deploy our microgrid if we didn't have such great relationships with the Energy Commission. In terms of looking at how we can take our message and things that we've learned further afield. There's a group that we're a partner and a member of for the last couple of years. It actually started out of Canada, and it's called Green Marine, and it's a voluntary system to rate either shippers, shipbuilders, ports, and we've begun to be very involved with that program. And there's membership primarily that started out of the St. Lawrence Seaway, but all across Canada. There's a good presence in the Pacific Northwest, and we were the second port in California to be a member. And I think that's a good way to spread and share best practices throughout the industry.
Okay, and did we lose you, Marcy?
Sorry, I was switching from audio from onto my phone. I think I was having a little bit of static. Hopefully this is better.
That's much better. And can you see the Q&A from some of our participants online?
I can go through and start answering some or asking some questions. It
Good.
sounds like
and you can keep your video on. The system works where your phone will link up automatically with the video.
Right. Yes, I don't know why it turned me off. So we're all getting to be Zoom professionals. We're not quite there yet. So I know it is good to see everyone's face, though. That is a nice benefit, not having to be on the phone all the time, just the phone. It sounds like there's a question here from folks from Heirs to Our Oceans. To John, do your hybrid powered ships have restructured engine to reduce cavitation in order to mitigate ocean noise pollution? If not, would you consider it?
Thank you. Great question, Seth. So we incorporate two different approaches to reduce ocean noise pollution. The first is we redesigned on our hybrid electric ships, the Nansen and the Amundsen, the bow. We have a wave piercing bow to reduce wave disruption and cavitation as the water flows around the hull, which it streamlines our movement through the ocean and the water, and also reduces noise pollution. In addition to that, we also have magnetic motors. We have groundbreaking motors on the 4 propellers that we have on the ship. Those magnetic motors reduce drag, and they also reduce noise pollution as well. So we're already doing that, and we're also making decisions beyond just the propulsion systems. We choose to use electric drones underneath the water so that they don't create a significant amount of noise. We also are making choices around air noise pollution as well. We don't use helicopters on our ship so that we don't impact that wildlife that's in the areas that we sail into. And then most of all, if we get into a really sensitive area, we actually can sail 100% on battery power, which significantly reduces the noise pollution of the ocean floor.
Thank you. There's a question. I'm going to try to skip around a little bit here. There's a question for Jason asking the ability to earn carbon credits to help pay for salt marsh and eelgrass restoration projects.
Thank you. Yes. So when we look at that project, we're going to look at a multi-layer of credits that we can ultimately sell. Our bank's not 100% permitted yet, but once it is, we hope to sell credits for traditional biology, which for that type of land is close to over $1 million an acre. We're also looking at what could be the benefit for selling it for also carbon offsets. And the market for that is anywhere from about $10 to $12 a metric ton. That's a little bit more of a newer field, and it's not as mature as traditional biology mitigation credits, but yes, we're going to be looking at both those.
Thank you. And there's a question for John. How is Hurtigruten pressuring other cruise companies, either directly or indirectly, to follow its lead? What are the barriers for getting other cruise ship companies to follow in your footsteps?
Also a great question, Hillary. We choose not to think of it as pressure in the kind of the direct sense. We're doing a couple different things in this area. So first, we're focusing on showing the industry and consumers that it is possible to implement measures that really make an impact on our negative contributions to the environment. And so we're doing a lot of these types of discussions, both at the industry level and at the consumer level, to show what's possible. A lot of cruise operators and I imagine some of the shipping operators as well say that it's very hard to implement these technologies, either because they're too big or they're too costly. And we are a great example of being able to build a great experience, do it in a way that's sustainable, and do it in a way that's sustainable financially. And so we're showcasing that as much as we possibly can. You'll see more of me over the next year or two as we talk about a lot of the technologies we're implementing, and we continue to push the boundaries of what's possible so that no one else has excuses that they can't go make it happen. So those are the things that we're doing, and we're doing it in conjunction with industry leaders, for example, like the Antarctic Treaty. We're one of the founding members there. We're members of many governing boards around the world that push and advocate for this, and it's one of the reasons why I'm here today.
Thank you. And then there's a question from Edward for Jason. How active has the U.S. Navy been as a partner?
We talk to the U.S. Navy multiple times every week. So we have a really great relationship with Naval Facilities Southwest, as well as all the installation commanders. And they're a terrific partner in terms of looking and planning for coastal flooding and resiliency. You saw some of those photos before on the natural solutions. And the reason we have green sea turtles is we monitor those along with the U.S. Navy, and the octopus and the thriving and the coming back population of seahorses. It has a lot to do with the partnership that we both have since we manage San Diego Bay primarily together.
I also went out on the Navy's Macon Island, which is a hybrid diesel electric turbine, a helicopter assault ship. And they burn about 1/3 the fuel of other ships of their class. The captain was saying that he thought it might be a transition ship to the green fleets of the future, and that he could see a fleet like this. And I said, at $2 billion a pop, I hope we wouldn't see a fleet like that, but that we will see a greener future. And we're seeing a lot of that in this sector with at least the efforts in ports and shipping. I think we've run out of time on this section. I really want to appreciate and thank John and Jason and Marcy. And at this point, we'll just begin to wrap it up. If Jason wants to come on. What I've heard is thanks again. It's been an impressive day, and we're going to talk about how you can see it all again. I think we've created a resource here that's certainly going to feed into the development of the Ocean Climate Plan, and Jason will speak a little bit on that. Some of the things I heard, I mean, key things, Elizabeth Wheaton talking about community engagement, and Senator Pacheco talking about political will and creating the legislative framework. I mean, we're in a moment right now where half the human population, 4 billion people, are still on lockdown. And economic dislocations like nothing we've seen since the Great Depression. I remember in 2008, in the election, I don't know if people remember Barack Obama saying that we'll get out of this recession by building a new energy infrastructure in the United States. Well, it didn't happen that time, but time's out now. Our reefs are dying, our oceans are acidifying and warming, and our storms are getting more intense. And we have this moment, literally. We've got an election in November. We're trying to develop a plan so that if there is political change in November, we'll have built a constituency and begin to build a language for an ocean climate initiatives. And with that, I thank everybody who spent the day with us, and I'll let Jason give you some additional info.
Thanks so much, David. Yeah, thanks to all the people who have participated. It's really been an outstanding day. I want to give a super shout out to Rachel Christopherson, my program manager, and Natasha Benjamin, who works with David at Blue Frontier. They've been behind the scenes, keeping everything rolling, and I think it went well for a 5-hour webinar with hundreds of people around the world. So we want to just end on how you can be involved. So you all should have the links to the second draft of our Ocean Climate Action Plan. It was on the website where you came to this webinar, and it's on the Center for the Blue Economy website. Please read that and send me feedback. You can send it to me and David, and we are going to be putting a third draft together soon where we're going to take all of your feedback, all the feedback we've heard today, and get a really solid third draft. Each successive draft has been really a significant improvement because of comments and input from people like you all who are experts across the nation. We're going to then take that to the presidential candidates and also the parties, the Democratic and Republican Party, and ask for inclusion in the party platforms. So we really want to get this on the front burner for both political parties. We see this as a nonpartisan effort. Whoever wants to act on this is our ally. And so we're going to be working with congressional members as early as early 2021 on this new bill that's potentially in the House, a new Senate version, and as well as in California and other big coastal states. So we ask that you also stay in touch with us on social media and our newsletters. A slide will follow where you'll see our links to Twitter and Facebook and our websites. And we're not going to stop until all of the principles in this plan are into law, because we just do not have any more time to do an unsustainable ocean and coastal economy. We need a true blue economy for the 21st century. And with your help, we can do this. So everybody, thanks again and stay safe. And on behalf of Center for Blue Economy and Blue Frontier, it was a pleasure being with you today. Take care.
Thank you all. And check out the list, centerfortheblueeconomy.org, bluefront.org. The links, it's your program, it's our program, it's a rising wave. What's the slogan? The oceans are rising, but so are we. Thank you all.
Thank you.